through the performing arts. This message presented by the NFHS, where we encourage all students to play, perform, and compete together.
The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Next to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick are here, and they are getting settled in for some La Liga. Look at this. My mic's not on.
Yeah.
Hey, there we are. Turn it on.
This
What time's the league start?
It's very
Event about to start.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. And the stakes are.
there we go. Fire up the music.
La Liga. La Liga. That's Spanish for the Liga. La Liga.
The stakes are high.
I thought this match was on Saturday, but once again, I was misled by
Hey, don't say anything
by
negative.
a website I'm very fond of. They just have a slight difficult time
He
putting
has
the
Bart
no,
Torvik?
the dates. The dates are just
The dates are at the bottom of the line.
which it blends in with the exact next event on there.
Oh,
Which is
you don't
what
know
I-
how to
it's a
read
poor
soccer
design.
terms?
It's what I appreciate
No, it has
about
nothing to do with soccer for one.
this website. No. It does get confusing, but that's what I appreciate about some other websites who are
Ah, screw those websites.
Yeah,
those are bad
Nick,
websites.
we're not talking about
Those
great
websites.
websites.
Care about
It
your
doesn't
splits.
know. It's a
Well, anyway,
great
this has
website.
worked out perfect for us because this soccer match does have stakes.
What?
I was talking to Nick. I'm trying to talk to Nick.
He's trying to backseat produce again.
Yeah, it's very obvious what we're about to do here with the next 35 minutes. So just, gonna.
But anyway, we got 35. Okay.
So anyway, Nick's rooting for Cadillac Seville.
Yes.
And
I'm
Josh
rooting for
is
a draw.
for a tie.
Let's go, baby.
We
I'm
love
pumped.
ties. We love soccer.
The Tims, my Ever Tims, they had a late draw on Saturday, and I picked them.
Are you an Everton guy?
Oh, huge Everton guy. I used to have a kit.
Go Blues.
I think I donated it to the Goodwill.
Was it a tire patch kit?
No, John, it was blue.
What do they say? Up the Blues?
Come on, you Blues.
Come on, you Blues.
CYOB. Come on, you Blues. It's
Come
like
on.
BYOB, but
they copied off of the Reds. They said, come on, your Reds, and now they just say, come on, your
are
Blues.
we not allowed to say, any words
Well, it's
that
all
other
kind
people...
of like a ripoff of the Oilers. Love you, Blue.
Hell, it reminds me of
Love you.
Eileen. Come on, you Blues.
Yeah.
And that's really what we're
That's
talking about
not
here.
it either.
Oh, is that not what it was?
Yeah.
My bad.
I thought this dumb thing was supposed to be started by now.
They keep showing Derek
John, it's
Jeter.
to be fair, John, it's 1:55. We started the crossover a bit earlier today.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Happer. Yeah, this is great. I love this.
Don't we normally start the crossover at about 150, 155?
Not always.
Sometimes we take it a little later.
Well, anyway.
Yep.
So, yes, as
Good
it
job,
stands
Nick.
right now.
Yeah, tell us.
As it stands right now, well, we might as well. I was going to save this for
Somebody's
later,
on a
but
hell of a heater the last few weeks.
I wouldn't say a heater.
I would.
I would not call this a heater.
I was down, and now I am not.
You were down like 2 points,
But
and now you're up 1.
You're also
so you've gained
keeping
3 points in 3 weeks, which is good. I mean, it's better than losing 3 points in 3 weeks.
It's like Butler playing Creighton. Sometimes both teams are scoring. Is that what's happening with predictions right now?
No, neither of you are scoring. It's just one
It's
of
the
you
opposite
scoring
of
a
Creighton
little,
and Butler.
No.
one of you scoring just a little less.
It says worse about you that you're keeping up with me, and it says great things about me that I'm
No,
keeping up with you.
It does not,
No.
Nick. It's college basketball season. You think I'm going to
The
gain
thing is-
points in
Especially
college
because I'm at a
basketball seasons?
disadvantage.
He has NASCAR garbage on there.
You didn't gain points during football season. I mean, you're not winning any of these.
Hey, don't bring facts to the table here, John.
Anyway, so Josh is up by 1.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If this match ends in a tie,
Nice find on that old ass picture of me, by the way.
it's Google it. It's Google.
Oh,
it's
is that there?
That's the only place I could find a picture.
It was
of
a
you.
Father's Day lunch with my dad or brunch.
But it was Google. Anyway,
Which reminds me, I'm
Josh-
going to send a picture to our staff. I don't want to take a new photo day. I got all these professional photos done last year. Anyway, John, keep going.
But anyway,
Yeah.
So Josh is up by 1 point. But if it ends in a tie, Josh will be up by 2 points. If Cadillac Seville wins, then Nick will pull even with 1 week to go in predictions.
Okay.
But if Raystar,
Well, if Ray Vizcaíno wins,
Yeah.
I get the point.
and
But
that's fine,
But,
and I
this,
remain
but the
up by
standings
1.
stay as is.
Now,
Let's go,
here's the thing.
baby.
We're going into the final week of this round of predictions for you guys.
Yeah.
And it's going to be close no matter what between
Yes.
who has to pay the punishment.
Yes.
Will there be any circumventing of the potential shenanigans for the picks that you have? I mean, there is ways that Josh can just fend off Nick.
Oh, yeah. We always wrote. We'll make sure that
What
these
if,
two
how about this,
rotate.
John? What if Nick and I send you our picks
That would be the way to do it.
That's
before
a good
the
way
day?
to do it. That's
Yes.
fair.
Because then
Because I
we-
was listening to your prediction
Oh,
segment
I
on
see.
and
Friday,
he kept playing off of
and
me.
I felt a little bit of that in the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
disgusting.
You played off of
Okay.
me a few times.
No, I would never follow your picks.
Okay.
because you did.
No, I didn't, Nick. All
Okay.
right, we're gonna do
That's
this.
a very good
It's
point.
like guess
there.
the
Very
lines
good.
with cousin
Very-
Sal.
I just want to make
Very
sure
good point.
everything's, straight
on
and
the
narrow.
up and up.
Very good point.
A couple comments on our photos. Charles writes, "How old were you guys in these pictures?" I was 27. I was 28.
I think I was 21.
Charles writes, "Nick's picture definitely has a I hate my dad quality to it."
No, my dad's cool.
Hmm.
I think I hated the situation I was in because I was
because you were at a keg event. Oh, because he wishes he was an AM radio.
Yeah.
Nice. Nick.
because I had a date that night.
Oh,
and
You
I think there
remember
was
when this
another
picture
thing
was taken?
Yes, because I remember that
'Cause he had
day.
a
Because I had a
date that
date
night.
that night,
Yeah.
and instead of going earlier, I had to wait until after this event
Mm.
for this band that loves 80s music.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
Mm.
Hairball.
See, here's the thing, though. If one of these two one of them will.
Yeah.
Nick's going to look a lot more like this picture than Josh is going to look like that.
That's
picture.
true.
My
As
face
John
has
is-
filled out a lot more since then, though.
as John has pointed out, since we came up with this idea, I've never had the longer hair and no glasses,
Correct.
and the lack of a beard.
Correct.
I've always had some facial hair since this time.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
very
gonna be
interested to see both of you.
Yeah,
Actually.
So I'm finally getting my haircut on Saturday in preparation for this, because if
Nice.
I don't have to shave, then
Nick-
I look normal. And if I do have
Well,
to shave,
you have
Wait a
to
minute.
understand how much
It'll look
funnier
better.
it is if you lose, because you don't want to shave your mustache so bad
I
that
know.
you're taking precautionary measures
Oh, good point.
to make sure you look better
That's a good point.
without a mustache potentially to get ready for this event. Like, this is amazing.
It's more of a happy accident because I've needed a haircut, right?
Yeah, we noticed.
This has extended the timeline of when I should get the haircut because I can't afford it, but I'm going to get it.
You can buy $50 shirts, but you can't go to Sports Clips.
Can't afford a haircut.
I'm not going to go to Sport Clips.
You
You're not
can
gonna go to
afford a
Sport Clips?
haircut, Nick.
My dad, Nick, says that you look like a character from Bob's Burgers.
Oh yeah,
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
a good
I can
one.
see that. Yeah,
Nice.
for sure.
Joe has a great suggestion into the Equitable Bank inbox.
Hi, Joe.
Let's see.
Ooh, he's got to edit. He's got
Well,
to edit
no,
the
no.
email.
I'm just skipping ahead.
Okay.
Have the loser in studio shave off their facial hair on YouTube which is then only available for current subscribers to subscribe today.
What an
Interesting.
idea. We did kind of do that. Remember when Stibbs had to shave his head?
We do love exclusive content.
He had a 10 at Miracle Hill after saying that he would never have
a
one.
10.
And like 3 weeks later, he had a 10.
What was that on the honor system?
It's right there, isn't
Wasn't
it?
it like a
we were doing our weekly, we had a league back then. 1620 the league.
Wow.
Yeah.
La Liga.
Yeah.
1620 La
Amazing
Liga.
Daniel says Josh looks like he just lost 130 pounds eating Subway every day.
Oh,
Yikes.
no.
There
yeah.
is kind of a Jared Fogle look to
You
that.
got a little
whole
Jared
thing.
to you.
Speaking of weight loss, so we did some spring cleaning a little earlier, yesterday, because the Nebraska game wasn't on until 5:30.
Sun was out.
Football.
Lovely day.
It's like, you know what? Let's do some stuff around the apartment. So I had all of these old suits from weddings gone by, including the first wedding that I participated in. And I was like, you know what?
You were the subject of.
So I looked up online, like, lost X amount of weight. Can I salvage these suits? Basically, the advice was like, no, you can't. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to get
No,
rid
you'd
of
look
these.
ridiculous.
Oh, they can't get retailored?
You could, they would, I read one thing, Nick, that said like they would have to take apart the jacket and totally put it
It
together.
would cost you more money. You could buy a cheap suit.
So I was like,
Yeah.
I'm fine. I have a right now I have a navy and a light gray. So I'm fine, in terms of suits. So I was like, I want to put these pants on because these were at my heaviest. I had shorts on. I put the suit pants on over the shorts and they still were falling down.
Wow.
It's like, what the hell?
Congrats on the
Well,
weight
that's
loss.
what happens, Josh.
Yeah. So congrats to Goodwill on any of these suits. Some of them are nice. So there you go. The Goodwill
Nice.
has. I donated 4 suits to the Goodwill.
Maybe
Wow.
you should see if they would have fit me.
I could have. Oh man.
I probably am
Oh man. Yeah.
formerly known as
Oh,
your size.
I'm sorry, Hepper. I could have given them to
It's
you.
okay. I don't need suits.
All right. Never mind.
I got my suits.
He's got his suits.
Did you see that guy on La Liga ripping the heater in the middle of the stands?
Classic La Liga.
There's no rules in La Liga.
No. Did you have any World Cup takes today on the locales of the?
We love New York.
How about the fact that the
It's
final is
not
going to
New
get
York,
played
though.
in Jersey?
In Jersey,
That
baby.
is so stupid.
At the stadium that claims more muscles
Yeah,
in
they're gonna
sports players
get,
than
get
anywhere
over
else.
it. They're gonna bring
They'll-
they're gonna
yes.
bring in a new field for
Yeah,
it. It's
they
okay.
will. They will have grass.
It's okay.
I'm just surprised they're doing it there. I figured they'd go West Coast.
Well, I thought the whole thing was they were gonna do Jerry World,
Yeah. Oh, that's right. There was that story a couple weeks ago too.
but I guess not.
Yep.
Well, there's nothing more scenic than New Jersey.
Yeah. Oh man.
Well, the New York
Well,
City
you can-
skyline
You
is
can see the New York City skyline from there.
it's there. It's
Though that
present.
stadium literally sits in the middle of a swamp. So
It
And
does.
a parking lot.
yeah, it's a swamp. It's a parking lot.
A parking
on top of
swamp.
Many a
swamp.
planes fly over it going into
Yeah.
LaGuardia.
Last time I went into LaGuardia, which was about a year ago now, I was very reminded of just all of the trees and everything around it before you get into the city.
Mhm.
City Field seems like it's just kind of all out there by itself. I was like, wow,
That's
there's a
in
lot of
Queens. I mean,
Well, it's right next to the airport, which is right next to the tennis place where.
Flushing Meadows.
yeah.
very good, Josh.
Tennis.
Very good.
Mm. You
That tournament's in August.
you are of that area.
I am of New York.
Classic.
Do you think any of our European friends are going to have trouble navigating the streets?
No, I mean they've played World Cup finals in like the biggest cities on planet Earth. That's pretty much.
Also,
what
Nick, the
New York is.
streets over in Europe are way worse than the streets over here.
Well, and
they're all like this way.
they're all
that
going
way.
to, they're Europeans. They're all going to look for the public transportation.
Wait till you see our new movie.
Well, then they're going to
Which
find
is-
out there isn't any.
Our movie
Well,
club.
there
takes-
is.
Oh, there's plenty there. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if they played them here, they'd have to, catch an Uber.
If they played the World Cup final in Omaha, it would be challenging.
That would be tight. That would be super. Played at the new stadium, and listener Doug can get all mad about it. Then the traffic would
Oh my
be worse.
God, yes.
I would give it up to Doug if they played the World Cup final at a 7,000 seat
We
stadium.
would
in
sell out
Omaha.
of cigarettes in the whole
Oh,
city.
that's
Because of, La
because
Liga?
of
And
La
then they would
Liga.
realize, we
Nice.
can't smoke them anywhere but out here in the middle of this open field.
Nice.
And then they burn our open
Then
fields.
they would burn our open field.
Mm.
Yeah.
Then what are they going to show when they talk about Nebraska football on the networks? They can't show any fields because they're all going to be
They'd all be burned down. Yeah, great point.
Oh yeah,
They'd have to show. I mean,
if you don't have corn
dumps, trash, landfills.
There's plenty of corn. We'll find
show
it.
John's house. That's John Bishop's house.
That's my house.
in Lincoln, Nebraska.
So-
More Christmas decorations.
I have a complaint about their score bug.
Yeah?
I assume Seville is
Seville's the
They
bottom
are
team.
Sev.
They're
Yes.
Sev,
They're
yeah.
the bottom
Nailed it.
team, and Rayo is the top.
They are
Which
Ray.
kits? Who's
I don't
wearing
know.
what
That's a
kit?
great question. I don't know
I'm
which
so
colors
confused. It's
who.
not clear to me.
That color is that.
Oh, the tiny little baby line on the side.
You
that's
got
neat.
it. Yep, you got it.
That's bad.
Now this is
So
a
you're
score
rooting-
bug. This is not
you're
an
rooting for the
American
white
score
team.
bug.
Will you guys be using the hashtag Rayo Sevilla
Oh,
FC?
we should.
You can, please.
I love those hashtags. This, Nick, is a score bug from over in Spain. This broadcast, I imagine, is just lifted directly from Spain, and they didn't even.
Well, I believe I selected the Spanish language version.
I don't know.
Nice.
Yeah,
They have an
see?
American broadcast of this?
Espanol.
They probably just have American or English voices calling it, but
Oh.
otherwise they just pull it
Like
directly
bots?
from.
Spain needs to take a line out of everywhere else and put the colors of the
Wow,
teams.
you sound very America first right now, Nick.
Oh,
Do it our
I am
way.
so proud.
We
of you,
do
Nick.
it way better. You sound like John
America
right now.
first, Nick.
Oh, what happened? What we have a
Are they making
a
out?
love. Oh, flowers.
Look at the flowers.
Oh, it's some kind of a proposal.
Oh,
Then
congratulations.
that guy in the orange hat was just he had a 1,000-yard stare.
What happens in La Liga? You never know.
Well, now you know.
Love.
All right,
True
so
love.
Go,
True love.
So you're
blue
going
team.
for the white team.
No,
Nick.
the blue team.
No.
Seville is the blue
no,
team.
Seville is.
Seville
Oh,
is-
you're right. Sorry.
Wow.
Got it
Yeah.
mixed up.
Keep it at this score, baby. 95 more minutes of scoreless soccer. End it now.
John really should like soccer.
Why?
Low scoring.
Oh,
And it's all about
John,
defense.
great point.
John
Not
loves
really.
This is
defense.
like Iowa.
This is different, though. Iowa games are all about defense.
Yeah. What's
These
this
games
about?
are all about no offense.
Well,
Well, I guess that's also Iowa games, too.
Is protecting the ball from going in the net not defense?
good point.
Are they
Nick.
really protecting the ball, or are they just kicking it around? I mean, how many times is the goalie actually? Oh, the goalie's going to touch it once.
Oh, see, he touched it, John.
Nick, go search in the little segue thing for something called soccer. 'Cause this is from the old. I'm serious. It's from the
Something
old
called
Soccer.
Kevin and
Soccer.
Michael days, and there was a funny drop that they would play during World Cup coverage because they were.
They love the World Cup.
Oh yeah. By the way, Schefter just tweeted out that Dan Quinn said that Eric Bieniemy will not return to Washington staff. So
Wow, jeez.
Eric Bieniemy is out on the
Gee,
streets.
I wonder why that is. Maybe
it
it's
this
because he
one?
lost his job.
I don't like soccer. It's a bad sport. It's a sport that reminds me of death.
Nope, it's not that one, but
No,
that's pretty funny.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
though.
that's a good. Keep that around, Nick.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Soccer
there it is.
play-by-play
Yep,
right
that one.
there.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Kick, kick, and it's out of bounds. Kick, 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 and a throw in. Kick, kick.
There you go.
Kick, kick, kick.
Yep.
And it's out of bounds.
Did
So
you
far-
do that? Is that your voice?
No,
It
that's
kind of
Kevin.
sounded
Is that
like
Kevin?
you.
That's Kevin.
Kevin and John do have a very similar vibe sometimes.
Nope, that's him.
They do,
I did not do
actually.
that.
Okay.
I did not do that.
Will says countdown less than 5 weeks till daylight savings time.
Hello. I thought we weren't doing countdowns. this week.
That wasn't me. That was Will. That was Will.
Interesting.
So if you read a comment that says the blank boys, is that also not you?
I don't remember the rule for that.
Mm.
Wait, what am I doing quarters for now? Am I allowed to say boys or count down?
We've really dropped the ball on this.
We've screwed up on the quarters thing.
I don't ever say it anymore.
I say people forget all the time.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I owe probably $1.25.
Nick says boys like every 5 seconds.
I think I've
Not
cut
in a
back.
problematic way.
I think I've cut down a
No,
little bit.
you. Well, okay, maybe a little tiny bit.
Yeah, you were going at a record pace before.
Yeah, I went a little too hard.
Yeah. You said it as many times as there have been kicks in this game so far, Nick.
Kick,
many
out of bounds.
Ooh, that would be a good
kick.
stat. We need to keep track of the kicks.
How many kicks?
How many kicks?
I've
How
already
many
lost
times the
count.
ball
See,
hits a foot?
That's the advanced stats for soccer. Number of kicks. Number of out of bounds.
Yeah, we lead the league. We would lead La Liga in number of kicks. Number of kicks kicked. What about heads? Number of heads headed.
Yeah, kicks and
Butted.
heads.
Headers.
Number of heads.
You've called soccer before. You know the.
No, I
you
know.
You know the parlance.
You're of soccer. What formation?
Happer and I
is
did a
each
match
team in?
together. Was that last year or was that 2 years ago?
I had a lot of fun with that.
That was awesome.
We probably saw Duncan McGuire shoot
Yeah.
some goals.
That guy's awesome.
Yeah, do some kicks.
Yeah.
So, do soccer formations have fun names? Or are they just like 3-3-5, 7-4-3-6?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, boy, that was close.
They're like that, Nick. I don't know.
That was close.
There might be some fun formation names, but for the most part, it's just the numbers.
That's dumb. Put more creativity in your sport.
Again, America first. You sound like
Amazing!
John right now, Nick.
America first.
Nick
Nick.
starts talking about
You have
soccer.
turned over a new leaf, and I'm so proud.
He also loves football, and he thinks it's better than most things.
I mean,
Yeah.
remember when
Football
I
is
was
awesome.
scared about Richard Petty off the air?
Yeah, we do. Yes, I do.
You're America first.
Mike writes, I called out Happer on dropping People Forget about a week ago in a post.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I haven't said it yet today, I don't think, and I refrain even while talking about Bobby Witt Jr. I haven't, I didn't mention it yet.
Congrats, by the way.
Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
so happy.
Jimmy writes, not Alan. Do we like hockey more than soccer only because of the hitting? I mean, it's the same bleep.
I don't.
I
like
prefer
hockey.
the kicking.
Well, I mean, hockey's also played on a much smaller surface
And
so
ice. They're
there's
not playing on ice.
There's more. Well, yeah.
Good
There's
call, Nick.
There's just more. There's more action in a hockey game.
Yeah.
There is.
Sometimes.
It's
More
fast.
padding.
It's very fast.
Yeah.
So some people go to hockey games and watch Creighton basketball on their phone and root against the Jays. That happens.
Some
too,
people
John.
do that.
Yeah, some people.
I guess to each their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Amazing Daniel says hockey is more compact and faster. Definitely faster.
Definitely much faster.
Nothing wrong with being more compact and fast.
How many hockey
Nice.
rinks could you fit inside one soccer field?
Oh, good.
A
Ooh.
pitch, Happer. It's called a pitch.
One soccer pitch.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Keena, they have knives on their feet. You ever thought of it like that
They do.
before?
They
Look at him
do
on his
have knives
knives.
on their
That-
feet.
that-
Oh,
Stop it!
boy.
That guy.
Let's go.
Yeah, wasn't there a dude recently who got
Yeah, he got his
really-
head chopped off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in
hockey.
In hockey.
His head chopped off.
I mean, he
For
died.
sure lacerated.
I do
Yeah.
remember seeing this story.
Yeah.
I don't mean to make light.
Oh, so someone pulled the Iron Lotus out?
It was
Is that
pretty
what
much
it
the
is?
Iron Lotus. Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie was funny.
That movie was
The
awesome.
first time I saw that movie, I
Nick, have you ever seen that movie? Blades of
Blades
Glory.
of Glory.
No, I actually haven't.
Will
You would
Ferrell
love Blades of Glory.
It's
Will
so
Ferrell
stupid.
and who's the other dude from
John Heater
John
John
Hader.
Heater.
Probably.
from
Is he Heater or Hater?
Napoleon
Hader?
Dynamite.
Yeah, Napoleon
Okay.
Dynamite.
Yeah,
You ever
I
seen
know-
Napoleon Dynamite.
Yes.
Okay.
I know the scene.
Will Arnett.
Oh, I like
Will
Will
Arnett
Arnett is
and
in
Amy
Oh,
Poehler.
Yes,
Amy
that's right, because
Poehler.
they're brother and sister,
Brother
right?
and sister.
Well,
Yeah.
and then from The Office,
Pam.
Pam from The Office.
And what is her name?
I was gonna
Jessica.
say Beasley, but that's her last name on The Office.
Yeah.
What is her name?
I got you.
Pam Beasley. Jenna Fisher.
Jenna Fisher.
Jenna Fisher,
Yeah,
yeah.
I said
Jenna
Jessica.
Fisher.
Jenna Fisher.
Well,
Nice.
and then Coach Craig T. Nelson. He's the
Oh,
yes,
that's right.
he's
fantastic.
the coach.
Man, I forgot about that.
It's a good movie. It's a good.
Very
movie.
good.
No, movie club. Movie
I-
club.
I'd love
someday.
to rewatch that. I already watched our movie. This is great. I'm like working ahead. I watched Mission Impossible. We watched it last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice job.
I cannot wait to talk about it.
I may have already. I think I may pick the movie I watched yesterday too for
Look
my
at you.
next selection.
Man, that's some working ahead right there.
Well,
Wow.
I was just scrolling through.
Do you
and I
have this
saw it.
week's movie watched?
I saw it in the theater.
Are you going to watch it again?
I may skim it.
Skim it.
You have so much plane travel over the next
I
week.
do, but I also have things I want to accomplish while I'm on.
Oh, yeah. And
standby.
say whatever you want to say to John's face today because you're not going to see him again.
I know
until-
John's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye,
until
John.
Monday, will
Yeah,
we
bye.
see you a week
East
from
Coast
today?
John.
Yeah, this is
Well,
unreal.
Midwest / East Coast John.
I remember when we
East
used
Coast
to work
first.
together, and now he leaves us all the time.
East Coast first. Hopefully they don't do you like they did Ed Cooley out in Providence. So it's-
I don't think so.
okay, that's good.
Thankfully for Ed, he doesn't. We look nothing alike.
That's true.
Fortunate for Ed.
What do you do when you're in Rhode Island? Do you just eat crabs?
Oh, good question.
No, I don't eat crab.
That's the first place I ever had crab, Nick.
Rhode Island?
Rhode Island,
Seems
yep.
like a good crab place.
It was awesome.
Actually, we usually go to a very nice, I would call it a neighborhood Italian restaurant.
Do they have a Dumb and Dumber sightseeing tour? You go to like Mutt Cuts.
No, we do not go to Mutt
And
Cuts.
I got worms.
I no, we don't.
I wonder which
Worm
East
farm.
Coast
I-
state has the best crab.
That's probably a good Google
They all
question
get them
there,
from
Nick.
the same ocean,
Right, but-
The Atlantic.
the Atlantic.
That'd be good. The Pacific.
No, we ship our crabs in from the West Coast.
Hmm.
Okay.
I think Rhode Island, you'd probably better off with the clams instead of the crabs.
Oh, they're a little more clammy
They're
there.
more on the clam to crab ratio. They're a little bit more clam.
You just gonna eat some clams then, John?
Never had clams before.
I haven't either.
No.
Oysters,
Or clam chowder.
Oysters, clams.
Never had oysters before.
See,
Whoa, oysters are delicious.
I've heard that they're very good.
I'm sketchy to try clams or oysters because it's one of those, if it's prepared wrong, then you're gonna get super sick.
You're not going to get sick.
No, they just have to cook it for you, Nick. If you have it raw, that's where it could be problematic. But if they cook it, this isn't like that fish in Japan where if they cook it wrong, you're gonna die.
Yeah,
have you seen this? Have you heard about
I
this?
have
like
heard
a
about
puffer
this.
John, have you heard of
No,
that fish before?
No,
I think it's a
that
type
just
of puffer
made that
fish.
just confirmed I'll never eat fish
kill
again.
you. All right, let's see.
Fish are great.
Fish are great. They can stay in the sea.
What if you catch them, you take them right out, you kill them, cook them up?
Let's see. Puffer fish. So yeah, if you eat a puffer fish and it's prepared wrong, you'll die.
Yeah, it's tough hang.
Yeah,
I love food. I don't really have a desire to try something that might kill me.
Well, don't eat a puffer fish then.
Exactly.
That doesn't make all fish bad.
No, I'm fine with fish.
I want to know how they discovered that. Which parts were? Did they just have a line of dudes?
Somebody
Like, all right,
must have
we
died.
need to eat this fish.
Can be lethal if not served properly. It usually results from consumption of incorrectly prepared puffer soup or occasionally from raw puffer meat. Yikes.
That is a bad
So
one.
I just have to cook all the poison out of it?
Stops the person who has ingested it from breathing.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, that's usually the first thing that happens when you die is you stop
It's
breathing.
true.
People forget. I'm allowed to say that.
You are.
People who live longer than 24 hours typically survive.
Oh, typically.
Although possibly after a coma lasting several days.
My God.
That food knocked me on my ass, bro. Literally. I was in a coma.
Do you think they're trying to like eat it and see how close they can come to death? Like,
Oh, I'm sure there's someone
Sounds like
out
a
there.
bachelor party.
yeah,
The Japanese Johnny Knoxville's probably tried this.
definitely. I want to see what happens if you go for the next act. I'm going to put myself in a coma for several days.
It's a good thing you had 3-hour salmon and not 3-hour puffer fish.
That's true. Yeah, I would have died.
Or been in a coma for several days.
Joel writes, of course, Josh knows about a murder fish.
Yep.
True.
Very on brand. Hard to argue with that.
The murder fish.
Yeah, indeed. Man, John is enraptured.
Yeah, he's really tied up in this.
This is the most
And-
I've ever watched.
And it tells you exactly how long we've been like on the air too. We're 15 minutes into this match, and
nice.
You know, we started at what
And
10 minutes.
shockingly, there's
Yeah.
still no score.
No goals.
John, they're
0-0.
playing good defense.
Oh, who do we
right
have
now.
here? Who are these dignitaries?
The one on the left looks like Trump's daughter,
Okay, interesting.
Ivanka.
Who's that very angry guy?
That guy looks pissed.
He looks like he'd rather be anywhere else.
He's just a fan of La Liga.
Maybe he's rooting for Nick's side and he's pissed that it's still a draw. I want Josh to shave
Oh,
his
get into the
beard.
box. Get into the box.
Nick, who are you rooting for again?
Seville.
He's rooting for the blue team.
Okay,
Sevilla-
so I guess the
Sevilla.
white team scoring
Sevilla.
here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for me.
Right, you would still
You're
maintain
still going
your
for
lead.
I'd rather them score than the blue team.
No,
Correct.
the odds are more in your favor than mine.
Hell yeah, may the odds.
Hey, you're covered
forever
on.
in your
You're
favor.
covered
Well,
on
yeah,
two
it's
things.
soccer. I mean, chances of a tie are pretty good,
Yeah.
Everyone ties all the time.
Mm-hmm.
especially if these teams just keep kicking the ball around midfield.
I like soccer though.
kick-
I've grown an appreciation for soccer over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Doing some games.
Yeah.
Watching Welcome to Wrexham.
I haven't watched that show, but I've
great
heard many
show.
good things.
Very, very good. I've grown an appreciation for soccer. I'm not out on soccer anymore.
Wow.
That's right.
Might be the nicest thing I've ever heard anyone in the studio say about soccer.
I've talked to John Schreiner a lot about soccer.
Oh, that guy loves
He
soccer.
loves soccer.
Ooh, Nick.
That was almost a goal.
That was
for the blue team.
almost a goal.
The funniest thing
Sad.
was when John filled in for you and he previewed
The soccer.
he previewed, I think it was like the FA Cup final, but it was the next weekend. But he thought it was the next day. That was great. That was pretty funny. Oh,
Hey man, if you got to take on something, that's
Oh.
cool.
Unfortunate.
Oh, thank God. It's gonna be intense.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be another intense
Josh
90
just
minutes.
sitting around waiting for the draw all day long.
Oh boy. Come on.
Oh, here comes the counter. Here comes the counter.
Wow, they did the
Corner.
exact same thing.
Oh, those are the fun signs that look like they're there, but they're actually
Yeah.
just flat on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't.
They also had a
That's
Saudi
weird.
visit Saudi Arabia sign on the side.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's-
they do
that's
that
good.
with a lot of these European sports. Formula One has a lot of those.
I imagine Formula One does.
We know,
Yeah.
Nick, it's problematic. We know how it rolls.
And it fools the drivers into thinking they're,
Oh,
about to
man.
ramp something, and then, oh, wait, it didn't go anywhere.
Mm.
Remember when the Big East had those the very first year that
Yes.
Creighton was in the
Yes,
tournament, and it
yes.
just boggled everyone's minds?
Very confusing.
It was confusing sitting up in this at the Garden. I was like, those look like, oh no, it's just flat.
No,
It's
it's just flat.
Why would they
It's
put those
just flat.
there?
I don't understand.
Man, you'll be at the Garden soon.
Oh
that,
man.
that trips me out.
Wow, so Nick is like a decade ago right now.
Yeah.
Nick's figuring out the signage.
Wow, Jimmy Allen points out that they now have a nightly soccer segment on After Hours because
Oh.
Shriner's on now.
What does John talk about in the soccer time?
Well, he is a fan of Chelsea, so maybe he talks about Chelsea.
Dagger?
That is a song. I don't know.
Huh.
Got to
Intrigued.
tune in tonight to
I'm
find
intrigued. Yeah,
out.
I'll have to listen.
Find out tonight.
On After Hours.
Very exciting. Let's see. Anything else we got to cover here?
I don't know. I don't think. Mount
Yeah,
Happer.
Oh,
took
yeah,
a
there was that.
big hit over the
Look
weekend.
at that. It looks like garbage.
It's basically gone.
The earliest guest that we have would come from you, John, and that
Yes.
comes into effect next week,
9 days from now.
Wednesday. And we're not going to make it to next Wednesday.
No.
At this rate.
No.
What do we think? Tomorrow? Is it going to be dead tomorrow?
I don't know about
I
tomorrow.
would say Wednesday or Thursday.
Because tomorrow it's going to be 54. Wednesday it's going to be 58.
Now-
Thursday it's going to be 59.
My original intent. Oh, there was a goal.
Curses!
Oh, man.
Let's
Luton.
go!
Nick. The mustache lives, maybe.
So the Cadillac Seville is on top, 1-0.
Hmm.
Now, what are we counting?
See, yes, I want to talk about
What
this.
are we counting? Because the snow goes up like 3 whole parking stalls.
I always
think
viewed
it's all
Mount
of it.
Happer as like the two closest to the street.
Now, what I wanted, my original intention,
It's all going to be gone.
was that anything that is created in that spot is Mount Happer. It's always Mount Happer.
Right. But
So even when this version of it goes away,
And another
whatever
one
comes back for potential more snow,
Is a part of the same
it
Mount
is
Happer?
still Mount Happer.
It's like the ship of what's it called?
Thesis. Ship of
Thesis.
Thesis.
Yeah.
So we're
It's the
counting
snow
all
of
of that
Thesis.
snow that's there.
Yeah, I mean, I think
And
all the way
Happer
up.
says any future
any,
snow.
any future
Well,
snow,
So even when it's gone, but then it comes back, that's still
Mount Happer.
okay.
That's what I factored into my very late March 11th guess.
Well, I thought we were just talking about this Mount Happer.
Wow.
Once this is gone.
I thought it was this iteration too.
Yeah.
Mount Happer working out very well.
Either way, we're all going to be wrong.
No, it's going to be gone in a few days.
Oh, for
at
sure.
most.
It'll be
John, by
dead.
the time you get back next week, there will be no more.
I was shocked yesterday when I walked out into my yard to finally clean up the Christmas decorations, and there was one
Merry Christmas.
tiny patch of snow hanging on in the front yard.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was it.
Yep. I got the old north-facing house as well.
One tiny patch.
One of our neighbors at the complex had built a snowman with the first snow that came all the way back a few weeks ago. Well, last week it was down to this tiny baby little ball. And Banks was very confused by this because it was just sitting in all of the grass by itself. And he went over and he sniffed it and he just peed on it.
Nice.
It went away. And now it's gone. There's no more
Vandalism.
snow. Yep.
Have
Good
you-
job, Banks.
Have you guys seen good snowmen? Because I feel like all the snowmen I've seen lately are. I think kids suck at making snowmen now.
Have kids ever been good at making
Yeah,
snowman?
it's never good.
I never thought, like growing up, I never lived around the street. Ah! Oh.
But it seems like I just see piles of snow. I feel like I don't see the classic 3
Oh, this one
balls.
was, Nick. It was 3.
Yeah.
3
Yep.
balls?
Yep. I should have taken a picture of it. But
What
it
about
was-
an igloo? I haven't seen a good igloo in a while.
It's been a long time.
I
since
used
I've
to
seen
love a
igloo.
good igloo.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
We loved snow forts. I mean, they
That
weren't
was
really
it.
igloos, but we were just
Snow fort.
tunneling. We were
Man.
tunneling into giant
Hey, do
snow
kids
banks.
Totally.
make snow forts these days, or they just get on TikTok?
No, they probably just
They
get on
watch
TikTok
them make TikTok.
Yeah,
with
they-
their tiny
yeah.
microphones.
They make snow forts in Fortnite.
Why are the microphones so tiny?
they are
Why?
very
Why
tiny.
did our coworkers buy tiny microphones? Buy
They
a
love it.
normal Microphone.
They love TikTok. We got to work with
The
a bunch
new
of
bit
youths.
would be to buy a regular microphone and then make a mic flag that says TikTok on it. That would be funny. But no, it's just hi. Let me talk into the tiny microphone.
Very tiny microphone.
tiny microphone.
Who's
We-
going to win the Super Bowl?
We have many normal size microphones right here in this radio station
Yes,
that we
we
work
do.
at.
Good sound quality.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
we do.
But the solution was to go to the tiny microphone with horrible quality, and all of it is overmodulated.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing on TikTok.
Yeah.
Very
Don't-
cool.
Don't like it.
Very fun.
I stay away from it.
We stay
This is
away.
disappointing.
Yeah. Josh.
Don't worry, Josh. There's plenty of time for
Is there?
Ray Vizcaino to get a tie.
Raystar Waco. Right? That's what it was called?
Raystar, yeah.
Raystar
Roystar.
Royco.
Royco.
No, Waystar Royco.
Waystar Royco.
That's right. That's what it was called. Man, I miss that show.
Yeah, great show. I want to see Nick shave more because he doesn't want to do it more.
Nice.
But with that being said, I'm interested to see the result of both potentially.
Well, what I'm looking forward to is only shaving like half and then taking a picture because that's what we did when Jack shaved.
so
That's
Nick,
where
you
we
just
got the
gonna be like,
mutton
start
chops.
right here.
Wait.
Suddenly have a selfie.
Interesting.
Is that the under? I can't really tell for sure.
Close.
By the way, the next time, we will know the results by. Let's wait until until the day after. Should you tell us on the air? I guess Nick and I will probably be paying attention on Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, well, I'll make sure we
so we'll know. So does one of us have to show up on Monday next week with the shaved face?
Yeah, good question.
No. Well, I thought we were doing the live shave stream.
Oh, so we are going to do that.
Well, I mean,
okay, sure.
I think we should.
All right, that works. So one of us will have that. So I'm trying to figure out what the next basketball game that I will call, because that's the thing that I care. Yeah, Nick is super worried about doing this. I'm just like, it's going to be weird when I'm on TV again.
Yeah.
That is the 24th. So maybe we'll have a little facial hair back by then. We'll see.
That's the reason why I don't shave my beard, by the way.
Because you're on
things.
things.
If there's a camera anywhere near me, I cannot. I have to have a beard.
See, the main thing I'm a little concerned about is I just don't know how long it'll take for it to grow back.
Not that long, Nick. You have it right there.
It's
not like your mustache is thick and bushy.
No, but it takes. My face has always been weird when it comes to growing hair.
Oh, we know your face has been weird. I mean, we can see the picture.
To it.
Of creepy beardless Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Creepy shaved Nick.
Tiny baby
beardless Nick wasn't
Smooth
beardless
as
by
eggs
choice
Nick.
back then.
Very interesting.
Yep.
All right. Well,
okay.
We're gonna find out 1 week from. What I've done. There is another La Liga match next Monday, which
that'll be the last one, the tiebreaker.
Yeah, because we have to have a tiebreaker question just in case there's a tie after Sunday.
Oh, so it's not going to be the closest to the Super Bowl prediction?
Well,
See,
this is the
tiebreaker in case.
I was hoping for is that we would have some live drama on Monday if there is a tie.
What sucks is we're both picking the 49ers. Nick's already said he's picking the
Really?
49ers.
Yeah.
That's disrespectful to the Chiefs.
Oh, no.
Oopsies.
Very disrespectful to the Chiefs. Well, remember, there's many questions in predictions.
There are. Oh, man, I'm so excited.
I mean, the fact that Nick is trailing right now, it's because he didn't believe in Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, tough look, Nick.
That is a tough look.
You
for
would be
me.
tied right now if you would have believed in the
under.
Caitlin Clark.
Now, will one of the questions revolve around her potential record-setting appearance in
100%.
Lincoln on Sunday?
I think Caitlin Clark now has to be a fixture in predictions until the end of basketball season. Just various over-under prop bets. We set it at a high number. It was, 30?
33 and a half.
She dropped 38.
And she dropped 38.
Yeah, and then Gus Johnson said the S word on
That was
television.
awesome.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
How was the TikTok stream? You hear anything about the TikTok stream?
I didn't watch or see anything from it.
Caitlin Clark cam.
Yeah. I'll get to see the Caitlin Clark cam with my own eyes. The Caitlin Clark cam will be my own eyes on Sunday.
Oh,
while she breaks the record.
That'd be awesome. You'll get to watch her.
I should go to that game.
I'll have to say something about it too.
Do you hear what he said? Good luck, Nick.
Yeah, you're not going again.
You'll find out here in just a little bit. In fact, we have some exclusive video of young Caitlin Clark that we're going to share during Jack's segment.
Unless we could get Nick a media pass, but even those are probably not sold out, but accounted for.
I bet you could.
I'm
actually.
guessing he's not going to be able to get a media pass for this.
What if I say I'm of Iowa?
You'd have to
You'll definitely
that'd be worse.
I cover the Hawkeyes for Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Yeah, see, that should let me in.
Just shoot Seamus an email. See what happens.
Not Seamus. Wouldn't be Seamus.
Say, I don't mind if I don't have a table to sit at. I'll just wander around the arena.
I can wander.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll loiter.
Yeah.
All right, Connor. Well, have a great day, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
John, have
He
fun.
won't. He won't.
East
I'll
Coast
talk to you
John.
Wednesday.
Yeah, from the road.
Yes.
From Providence.
Nice.
Where I'm not
Rhode
eating
Island.
clams.
Pretty bird.
1620 the zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Becoming mostly sunny this afternoon and mild with a high in Omaha today of 49 degrees and winds remaining light and variable. Mostly clear to partly cloudy skies overnight with patchy fog possible by Tuesday morning, a low of 31 with light winds continuing. For your Tuesday, fog possible in the morning, becoming partly to mostly cloudy and breezy, very mild with a high in Omaha of 56. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Immediate openings available. Come join OSI Industries in Oakland, Iowa for Walk-In Wednesdays. OSI is hiring for production positions, first and second shift, with wages starting at $17.50 up to $23 per hour. OSI is offering a $2,500 sign-on bonus, a $2,500 retention bonus, and a great benefits package. Apply now at osigroup.com or by stopping by any Wednesday for on-the-spot interviews. Position requires lifting between 30 to 50 pounds. Come join a family-oriented winning team. Equal opportunity employer, E-Verify, that's welcome.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Love is in the air at the Woodcliff Restaurant in Fremont, just minutes from Omaha at Woodcliff Lake. Fall in love all over again with the small town charm and the culinary excellence of the Woodcliff Restaurant. With the Woodcliff Restaurant Cupids creating a very special menu for Valentine's Day. Make your reservations today by calling 402-721-2922. Perfect for the whole family or even your galentines. You'll love the Woodcliff Restaurant. Make your reservation today. Visit them at thewoodcliffrestaurant.com or on Facebook for specials and events.
It's history in the making as the Omaha Supernovas, your Major League Volleyball team, continue their inaugural season as they host the Vegas Thrill Wednesday at 7 p.m. at CHI Health Center. World-class professional volleyball right here in Nebraska at the CHI Health Center. Check them out for their final game of the initial homestand. Secure your tickets and get to know your Supernovas by visiting supernovas.com. That's supernovas.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
A Monday, Grum. A lot to talk about today. Gonna be some angry folks today.
Are you talking about Nick or me because of the result of this soccer match?
Perhaps. Nice.
Go Seville!
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics.
welcome. Good to have you here. You know, it would have been nice. I'm not going to, I guess beggars can't be choosers, but
yeah.
When all of last week was gorgeous, beautiful, that we couldn't.
You could?
No.
You know what? Why don't we all take a sip of water right now? That's a good
what I'm gonna
reminder.
do.
Hydration break.
I love hydration.
We could have sacrificed one day last week for one day over the weekend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because this past weekend, it was take down almost all of the Christmas lights.
Which ones have you not taken down?
The ones on the roof are still on the roof.
How come?
Well, I don't know if you know, but it rained all day Saturday.
Oh, actually, I didn't know.
It didn't here.
Yeah,
it rained in Lincoln.
It was just
pretty
foggy.
much all day Saturday.
It was foggy here. It was a little chilly, but not too bad.
Yeah.
And so that took that out, and then the roof was still wet. Plus, it was kind of chilly. Not gonna lie. So I got most of the Christmas lights down. I got the ground lights out.
That's nice.
And the ones out of the trees in the front yard, which, good Lord, that takes forever.
Oh, dude. Yeah, even just
Untangle
taking the
all
ones
the
off
light-
of the
oh.
tree, you know, because you're like walking around the tree, but it's up against a wall a little bit. So it's like just kind of throwing them at a certain point, like, screw this.
Well,
I'm
and these
pissed
are the
off at
ones that
weather.
are up in the branches, so you
Pissed
have to
off.
get the you have to get the pole out. And you're like untangling them, and it just took for frickin'.
Why are you pissed off at the weather, Nick?
Okay, look at the weather for this week. It's going to be almost 60 on what, Thursday?
Wednesday and Thursday, yeah. And
And
then it's going to
then
be in the 40s again.
Saturday, Sunday in the
Yeah.
40s.
Yeah. It's pretty annoying.
It's
Yeah.
dumb.
But still, I feel like I accomplished something this weekend.
Mhm.
I feel like I accomplished something this weekend. My house looks normal again, with the exception of the Christmas lights still hanging on the roof. But those will come down at some point, probably in April.
Yeah.
At this point, because I don't see another.
You're about to travel a lot.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, I
travel
know.
season.
Make
for
one of
John.
the kids do it.
I'm not going to make my kids climb on top of the house.
Hmm.
I don't like climbing on top of the house.
Mm.
Not anymore, anyway. Well, welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. It's time for the Grum Down.
Grum
Speaking of roofs, John Higgins, Weather Guard, the rooferees,
Mhm.
so close.
Oh, wow.
Nebraska ball falls at Illinois.
Mm.
So close. Creighton falls to Butler. So close. 6 days, less than 6 days now, to Super Bowl LVIII.
Mm.
That's 58 for those of you who don't count Roman.
Yeah.
Jack Mitchell, bad calls still matter.
Yeah, it was funny. I was talking to some people this weekend. Like, man, I'm so excited for Monday's show because you'll have all those happy tweets from Thursday's game. And I didn't have the heart to tell them, yeah, but what if they lose to Illinois?
Mm-hmm.
Then that's the most recent game.
Yeah.
That's the most recent game now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Mitch Sherman will join us from the Athletic.
Lovely.
The Big Ten SEC Summit that was announced last week.
Mm.
This might be the bigger one, the college football playoff nuclear football.
Oh.
I mean, forget about NIL and
Why are they making a
transfer
football out
portal,
of nukes?
But
good question.
the college football playoff is now under consideration.
It seems like they're already going to expand. It's going to expand again.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Or are they? The TV numbers don't lie. Will old Raj say something of substance today?
Did you see how he invited only his finest of lackeys to the press conference today?
Yeah,
no Jim Trotter's asking him actual questions anymore.
Well, Jim Trotter's unemployed, or at least he doesn't. He's
No,
not
he's right with the Athletic now because of Raj. He was like, hey, why is this guy from NFL.com asking me harsh questions?
Yeah.
He didn't like that.
Is it really a press conference if it's invite only?
Not really. It seems like more of a meeting than anything. It's like our work meeting that we'll
Yeah,
have
it's
next
more like
week
it's more like
that you
going to
won't be
a
attending.
Democratic Party, convention or something. No, and we're not letting those people in.
Or a
We're-
Republican Party
Or
convention.
yes, I just used one as an example.
Or a
typical.
Green Party convention.
Yeah, we don't really care about those people.
No, they let anybody
Do
in
they
because
have
they
conventions?
realize
Remember,
they
those
need
are
members.
the toaster guys. What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
Right. And why are we watching soccer today?
We know the answer to that one. We've been talking about it for 30 minutes already.
Yep, the race for the Razor. And while we were away,
Oh, man, a huge goal. I missed it, but I looked up and I reacted. Nick was out. He was getting cold pasta.
Waystar Royko tied the score, and now it is 1-1, which means if that score holds, Josh would gain another point and go into next week's pivotal deciding week of predictions with facial hair on the line.
Yeah.
2 games up on Nick.
Smooth as eggs.
Smooth as eggs.
But if Cadillac Seville can get the lead and win, then Nick would square it up.
The square boy.
And if Roystar Waco or
Waystar Royco.
Waco Royster, whatever.
Yeah, you know the name.
If Sears and Roebuck wins, then the score remains the same, and Josh would be up 1.
Nope.
So we're doing
either
this...
way, Josh, you're in decent
I'm in
shape
the pole
given where you
position
were
right now.
given where you were 3 weeks
John's
ago.
in the pole position.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I'm talking about the pole position and I have my facial hair removed.
Yeah.
Now, question about the whole shaving on the air thing.
Yeah.
You're going to bring a vacuum in here to clean up the little droppings? Like, so we cleaned up.
I'm more worried about bringing in the animal control to clear out the animals that might come out of your beard because they've been living in there for a long time.
Animals, John.
With Nick, it's whatever, foodstuffs might be stuck
Yeah.
there. Oh,
Yeah.
someone's goalie just got hit in the soft spot.
Oh,
I
because
think- is that Josh's goalie?
we trimmed Banks's paw pads yesterday so he doesn't slip and slide, and immediately had to bring out the vacuum to clean up the hair. So, are we going to bring a vacuum to
Let's
the
just
office?
take a camera into the bathroom.
A camera into the bathroom.
Yeah, shave
Don't
in
know
the
how I feel
bathroom.
about that, Nick.
Yeah, I
people
don't know
poop
either.
in there sometimes.
Just
They
close it off.
They make noises.
Well, we need
Put
to
up a
figure
sign that
out.
says
We need
no
to figure out
pooping,
who's going to
shaving.
do. Should we bring in like a professional? Should we bring in like a barber, someone who can do it?
Spicoli's
a
wife
nice,
does
a
do
nice
hair.
straight
Oh.
razor, type.
Yeah, I was
you ever
gonna
had a
say-
shave like that?
I have not. No.
Oh, it's very nice.
Yeah, I've heard.
Very
Heard
nice.
it's-
I did it once.
Heard it's great.
And then we'll have to get the video people on it.
Oh,
Get
love
the video
that.
With the
people
tiny
on it.
microphone?
Yeah, we could put it in our newsletter. Subscribe today.
Yeah, join subscribe today because it may be the only way you get to see one of these yahoos get their face shaved.
Mm-hmm. Kenny writes, please tell me there will be no La Liga overreaction. Oh, we're going to have 2-hour breakdown when this game's over.
There'll be overreaction.
Match,
It'll be
when
someone.
this match is over.
Someone will be very happy and someone will not be very happy.
Oh, couldn't agree more, John. Good take.
Yep.
Yeah.
The heck does that mean?
What?
Attacks?
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's where they're attacking from. So they attack on the left side 4 times, in the middle 2 times, and on the right side once.
Why don't they like the right side?
Probably depends on the.
Well,
leg.
it is Europe. Not big fans of the right.
Good
Oh,
call.
except that one time.
John.
Except that one time.
Well played, John. Good reminder.
Except that one time.
Mm-hmm.
402-951-1620 is the 42 degrees the source hotline by your mom's house.
Nice.
You can also text that line as well if you so choose. We also have the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Thanks to Joe for suggesting the subscribe only possibility for next week's clean shave.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And there's also the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Or the YouTube comment section, which is not sponsored, but you are able to comment there like Josh did.
Well, I don't think we can sponsor it because of, when Chance gets in there.
Understandably so, John.
And sometimes Dion.
Josh writes, is there going to be any converse about how atrocious overall officiating has been this year, especially in the Big East and Big Ten? Jack Mitchell is our next guest. I mentioned he would like to opine about the officials.
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with the officials.
Wow.
They've done an excellent job in every respect.
Wow.
Today,
I
think they're doing a great job.
Today? There? In La Liga?
If they're doing that game.
Man.
I don't think, though.
What a match it's been so
Though
far.
it wouldn't surprise me with some of these guys who travel, 10,000 miles a week. It wouldn't surprise me if one of those Big Ten or Big East officials were over there doing this.
John Higgins?
And then would fly back in time to do a game tonight in New York.
Interesting.
It wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
I like describing it as flying back in time.
Yeah.
He meant flying back like
in time. But
Yeah, this
also
isn't
in time.
This isn't,
He wasn't talking about time travel.
We're not talking about,
I mean, I was thinking about time zone
Where we're
travel.
going, we don't need
roads.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
I was thinking time zone travel, like
Yeah.
you're going from east to west.
Exactly.
Might start using it that way.
All right, so we got all that and more. So please don't go anywhere, and don't forget to subscribe today.
Nice.
Go to 1620thezone.com and just find the subscribe today link because we're going to have some really cool, fun content coming very, very soon. In fact, some of that content has already gone out, and chances to win cash prizes very, very soon coming up. Go to subscribe today and enter your email, and it's free, absolutely free, from 1620 The Zone. And while we're celebrating, might as well celebrate the Super Bowl.
Oh,
the Frisco Niners and the City of Kansas Chiefs. And Super Bowl Sunday, well, we'll see if it's all about scoring this year. Chiefs defense has played really, really well. But either way, you can win when you visit FanDuel.com/1620 because new customers who join today get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. And there's going to be plenty to choose from on this Super Bowl. The prop bets are already out there, and some of the entertainment props will be coming very, very soon. So you can check out not only player props like first time touchdown, anytime touchdown, number of touchdown passes, yards, battles between individual players. I love the cross props. You get the cross props of, longest play from scrimmage by Travis Kelce versus LeBron James points on Saturday night against whatever team he might be playing. Those can be fun little cross props. Well, all of that will be available by visiting FanDuel.com/1620.
How about this, John? So, the Super Bowl MVP, people always think, it's going to go to the quarterback. It's going to be Mahomes or it's going to be Purdy. Well, 4 times in the last decade, including when your favorite team won a couple of years ago, it wasn't a quarterback, and they have a MVP award prop quarterback -280 or any other position at +200. Go to FanDuel.com/1620 today and get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Again, it's FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. Whether it's the NFL or a rivalry on the hardwood, you will find all the action on Oscar's top-of-the-line audio-video system. With 40 TVs and massive dual projectors, the game has never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
This is a sale so hot, Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. Now, that's a hot deal.
Where we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The NFL action keeps getting better, and DraftKings, the leader in fantasy sports, just dropped a brand new app. Pick Six. Pick Six is the newest way for you to get in on the fantasy football action with DraftKings. New customers can make their first NFL picks and get up to $100 back in Pick Six credits if those picks lose. Getting started is simple. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app and sign up using code 1620. Just pick between 2 and 6 NFL players and choose if they're going to have more or less of a stat. For example, will a player have more or less than 100 rushing yards, or will a player have more than 1 touchdown? Track your lineup and compete against others for a shot at huge cash prizes. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and sign up with code 1620. New customers can get up to $100 back in Pick Six credits if your first football pick set loses. That's code 1620. Only on DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. One offer per new customer. First qualifying pick set winnings less entry fees must generate negative number. Max reward up to $100 equal to amount of negative number. Issued in non-withdrawable Pick Six credits valid for Pick Six use only. Expire after 1 year. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Valid only in states where DraftKings Pick Six operates. For up-to-date list of states, please visit dkng.co/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com.
Happy Super Bowl to all who celebrate from FanDuel. It is America's #1 sportsbook. Now, if you're like me, Super Bowl Sunday is all about scoring the best seat on the couch, get out the way, grabbing your favorite snacks, and placing some bets, some great prop bets with the Super Bowl.
That's right. And if you're like Gary and you got your team involved or you're just a fan of it, there are so many ways that you can get a W or 2 or 3. Not only can you bet who will win the Super Bowl in Super Bowl 58, but FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and so much more. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE to sign up. It's FanDuel.com/zone and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats.
Well, let's welcome in our friend Jack Mitchell. Once again, we've been denied the opportunity for him to really just go all out and celebrate because a great win was immediately a midweek, was followed up by a painful loss
on the weekend,
which is the more recent of the two.
Yeah.
But with that said, still, Nebraska did improve their position in the world, as we'll find out from my buddy Bart. But first, it's our buddy Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Well, hi. I mean, if they were designing the perfect game in a lab for Nebraska, it needs to be at home on a weeknight and on Peacock and against like a really good team, essentially, because those are all the things that.
And K-Say on the bench.
And you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that. I was, one of the things I like to do. Well, let me back up. John, you know this about me. I've seen it as a bit of maybe kind of a personal mission in life to maybe change sort of the attitude about radio in the spoken word world, at least on a local level. Try and bring to the table a show and a program that is not about propaganda or misinformation or that kind of stuff. I've always kind of seen that as maybe kind of my whole mission. And, I didn't ever think I was going to have to bring this issue up to 1620 The Zone. It isn't. And unfortunately today, I think I would be shirking my duties if I didn't bring something up that was said on your station. At the end of last week, and it's got nothing to do with either of the two of you. So you guys can take a deep breath. You can take
God.
Yeah. You can lean back in your chair.
Thank God.
But I heard on one of your radio programs, on your radio, as I was walking my dog There's a guy on in the midday that I like to listen to while I walk my dog. He's a funny guy. I like the guy.
But he knows nothing about sports because he's a Royals fan.
Well, I like that about him. But he was on my radio saying that Keisei Tominaga needs to be benched. Or some I might be paraphrasing a little bit, but basically he wants Keisei Tominaga not to ever play again. Is what I got out of it.
Really?
Essentially.
Wow. Like
again,
a permanent
paraphrasing a bit. But he wanted to see
just
him
dress in street clothes and sit at the end of the bench because you're never playing again.
Wow.
You had to read between the lines or listen between the lines a little bit, but I heard he wanted to see about a 6 to 7 minute load for him every single game as soon as he misses a shot, is what I understood him saying, right? If it looks like he's missing a couple of shots, get him out there. Liability for the team, huge problem. And I said to myself,
he didn't play last night.
I said to myself, this can't be. Is this a bit? Is this a gag that we're listening to? That the experience that has been Keisei Tominaga is perhaps going to be taken away from me because of the misinformation that is spouted by a shock jock in middays?
I thought we got rid of the shock jocks on the station.
Did too.
Well, yeah, I thought all the midday shock jocks had kind of gone to the great beyond.
I did too. And so I guess it's just I'm not angry. I'm disappointed. Disappointed.
Yeah.
I'll be writing email to your bosses and letting them know that I don't appreciate that kind of information being put out. And, obviously wildly proven wrong yesterday within minutes of the game, right? I mean, immediate NBA
he's knocking
jam.
down shots immediately, and it's
goofy circus Harlem Globetrotters crap right off the bat immediately.
Yeah. You need to write, when you write that letter, you say, take a page out of my radio station's playbook and don't put anyone controversial on in middays.
Yes.
They would never.
That's true. No, okay. It's good to know. That's good. I'm
RIP
glad
to
that you
that guy.
called this out. I don't know who this person is.
I don't appreciate it. I thought we got rid of shock jocks years ago.
I did too.
Right.
That's why
people
Jason
come
only
to
lasted
this
6 weeks here.
People come to this station to hear good, solid basketball takes. Okay, that's what we've come to expect from the likes of you two.
Which is why this is why we do what we do.
Oh,
so we'll start the
Steve?
conversation with this: the properly officiated game last night.
Wow!
All right, so
John, how could you?
What triggered you most?
Ooh.
That's a great question.
Which triggered you most? I mean, there's two that happened late that were certainly important. One's probably a little more important than the other because it did lead to free throws that eventually tied the game. But then there was one at the end where Nebraska still had a chance to win, and there was a no call there.
When the guy's pitter-pattering?
And then there's that one, too. I was thinking of the one where Mast was stripped near midcourt.
Yeah.
And folks thought that there might have not been, or should have been a foul there too.
John, that question is kind of like choosing between your own children, right? It's kind of like asking which one you love most, or I guess which one you dislike the most out of your children.
Yeah.
Right. Like I dislike them all equally, right? I dislike them each for different reasons, right?
Sure.
Ooh, let's do that after this answer. Let's talk about why you dislike your kids. I think that's a good topic for today.
Like they're all they all made me sort of uniquely angry in their own different way as they all happened, I think.
Yeah.
So I would say the one I got most angry about at the time, it might be a little bit of an underdog. This might surprise you.
Oh, a long shot.
In overtime, the Keisei box out when he was just absolutely climbed over top of and fallen on, because I think it was so key in the moment. It would have been huge if they had gotten that rebound in overtime. Like that I think was the biggest one. I was so wrapped up after the Wilcher foul that sent it from regulation into overtime. I was so wrapped up in what was actually just feeling sorry for myself, because I was like, oh no, they fouled this dude. Who did they foul? And they're like, he's the second best free throw shooter in the Big Ten. And I was like, of course. And so I was all wrapped up in self-pity for that. And then he misses it. That I didn't even I didn't even get too much into the officiating on that one. And I saw a few people on Twitter say afterwards that it was okay. I don't know if it was or not. That was the other one.
It's pretty weak sauce. If you
Another underrated bad one was the Hoiberg held ball, jump ball one. Remember that one? That was late in the game where he basically took it from him and they called it a jump ball. I mean, there's just so many. There's so many to pick from. I think it's like art, you could, any people can go into a gallery and look at a picture and everyone will pick, I see, clouds. And I see, I didn't think that. I thought that was a different imagery and supposed to imply something a little bit more abstract. That's how those bad calls were at the end of the game. Any two people can look at it and find totally different things that speak to them about it.
So, Jack, what's it like? I saw a tweet from some guy named Ben that it looks like a lot of you Nebraska ball dorks follow. Where
I just followed him today for the record.
Okay. Well, because I scrolled through his list of follows and you were among them.
So he's like the leader of the dork.
He's the guy who runs that website that has like the dial, like what are the percent chances
what's
at every
the website
moment
called?
I don't know.
That's not.
I don't.
It.
Nobody knows website names
Ben,
anymore.
Nebraska ball dork wrote
okay.
pretty big jump in Nebraska ball predictive metrics today. Lost to Illinois basically equal to beating Wisconsin at home. And he adds moral victories matter when your resume is full of blowout losses. Ken Palm +7, BPI +6, Haslametrics +8. We need to give these websites
this
better
guy's
names.
A fraud when he doesn't even quote Bart.
He didn't. Yeah, the Nebraska ball king dork did not quote Bart.
Yeah, nice job, dork.
How do you feel about a loss being as good as Thursday's win, Jack?
I'm disappointed I didn't celebrate it appropriately then in the same one. If it's essentially a co-equal result in terms of the impact on the postseason,
handshake.
We should have been partying deep into the night like I did Thursday.
You should have gone out and said, "Johnny, come take another picture with me."
I just went to bed after that game. I watched the Grammys and went to bed for a little bit, and I did not party whatsoever. Had I known that kind of impact.
We're going to the cigar bar again.
Right. I think I would have, popped some bubbly, perhaps. I don't know.
Oh, bummer.
God, we could have had a great little tribute to the late Carl Weathers by recreating the bro hug between the Nebraska and Illinois players.
Yes.
Just saying, hey, we're all happy. We all gained from this.
Yeah.
But missed opportunity because the lead Nebraska ball dork didn't have his information on time.
King of the dorks.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, John, I spent a lot of time with Bart these days.
You should.
Oh, good. Look at that transition. Look at that. It's like we knew it was coming. I didn't.
Like the big red. It's the big red, big Bart update.
Oh, they're now a last four in?
Well, now, okay, before you get all panicked here, let's just review. So we left off last week.
Yeah.
After the win it was Thursday, right?
Yes.
Yes, Thursday night.
Yep.
Nebraska was among the last four buys.
Mm-hmm.
So they were out of the last four in, and they had a 70% chance, according to my buddy Bart, of making the tournament. Now, remember, this is all based on their projections to the end of the season.
Correct.
So this isn't a snapshot in the moment. It's all right, here's how they are. Here's how my numbers project them. Here's where I think they're going to be. All right. So that was the end of last week.
Oh, this is last week.
That on the left.
Oh, okay.
On the right, the larger chart is where they currently sit. Now, yes, you are correct, Josh. They have dropped from the last four buys back into the last four in with a 63.7% chance of making the tournament. But before the Wisconsin game last week, Nebraska was literally the last team in, and they were in about the 38% range.
So they still gained lots of points.
They gained a lot of ground in those two games.
So it's a net gain, is what you're saying. You're
It is
saying
a net gain, yes.
If you don't ride the roller coaster day to day, you'll still realize that you're gradually ascending at this
Exactly.
point, is what you're saying.
Gradually ascending, and that's a good ascension, especially given how some of these other teams behind them, like Butler, thanks to their win on Friday, shot up the charts. They weren't even on the other side.
Look at the group of teams around Nebraska, kind of like bubblish right now. There's a lot of historic basketball success in that group. You've got Virginia, recent national champ, St. John's, great history, Butler, championship appearances.
Northwestern won that one game one time and had a documentary made about them.
That's true.
Gonzaga, right? Seton Hall been in a national championship. Villanova, multiple national championships.
No.
Why do these guys don't even need to get in this year, right? I think it would be nice of, just to maybe step aside, right? Just a little bit.
Yes, I'm sure Kyle Neptune would be very happy to step aside this year, given how much he's loved in Philadelphia.
That's what I said to the Packers fans before the playoff game. I said, look, you've won.
Right.
Can't you just allow us to win once? And they didn't. It was very hurtful and unfair.
Does Gonzaga really want to go to Dayton? I mean, come on. That's beneath them.
Yes, I would agree.
That's an interesting point.
It's like Notre Dame back when they used to say no to some bowl games if it was a bad game. I think Gonzaga should say no.
Yeah.
Hell
absolutely.
no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't.
Right.
Burn your first four card.
Yeah.
Remember they were burning their draft cards back in the day?
Burn the first four card.
Remember the
Burn their
70s?
passports to Dayton.
Yep.
By the way, a quick look ahead.
Oh, big one tomorrow.
Well,
Is it
this
tomorrow?
is
No, Wednesday. Big one Wednesday.
The Nebraska Northwestern game has a 28% leverage. So this is a chance for Nebraska to really gain some more by beating Northwestern on the road. So it's a big leverage because look at where it drops.
Yeah.
With a loss.
Under
And that
50% if they lose?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
This month is going to kill me, you guys. I mean, it's going to kill all of us.
Or it will keep you alive and very happy.
I mean, if we're doing day-to-day things like that, like a loss to Northwestern puts them under the 50% line, which I don't really think is true, but like, I don't know what is truth when you're talking about percentages like that. Is there truth? Does ultimate truth exist when we're talking about the bubble? I don't know.
Democracy dies in darkness. Ultimate truth dies in darkness.
This is what I was. Yes, that's exactly why I did what I did at the beginning of the interview today. But
craft on Happer?
Yeah. But I can't 30 days of this. 30 days of this. It is going to be. That's a lot, man. That is a long time of day by day. Not only living and dying with the games themselves, always worried about like the home stinker that could really come and screw everything up, right? But then beyond that, even watching these games, like Kansas State plays Kansas tonight. Big game in the who you're rooting for department, right? You can get Kansas State back to a quad one win with this whole thing. You're going to have stuff like that every single night. And you're going to be showing me percentages like that, John. And then I'm going to rethink everything I thought I had decided when I do this. This is, man, this roller coaster. Guys, I don't know. I just want to fast forward.
I mean, it could be worse.
You want to fast forward? Check, this could be the greatest month of your life.
I know, but it also could
You want to click button it?
It also, just give me ahead 2 weeks and let's see where we are then. And let's see if I really need to be stressed out or not. I don't know, man.
No.
I mean, sad. I figured Jack would be all in on this month.
Like, again, there's no you talk to some of these Nebraska basketball fans, you think I'm being bad right now. Yeah. There are fans that are like, they've got to get like 25 wins to even be even close to safe.
I don't want to talk to one of these people
whatsoever.
They sound like
there's
true idiots.
Well, I mean, there are people just literally spitballing right now. They don't really know.
Yeah. 25 wins.
I mean, keep in mind that my buddy Bart's projection, now I got to click back on it here, so hang on. But that projection is based on Nebraska going 21-10.
Right, which I believe
Bart is saying 21 gets you in.
And John, I believe that number 21, so 21, so that would give you a winning record in the conference. So that's going 5-3. Any way that you get to 5-3 for the rest of the regular season, I believe gets you safe no matter what happens in Minneapolis. That's what I believe based on what I've kind of looked at for the last few years of the metrics that are in. You know what a crazy thing is? It's been since at least the last 5 years. I think in all of the net rankings era, there are no Big Ten teams that have had 19 or more losses that didn't get into the tournament. Like
19 or more wins.
19. Yeah, sorry, 19. Yeah, that'd be weird. 19 or more wins. 19 or more wins. Like that's been the threshold for the conference.
Right.
Over the last 5, 6, 7 years. So
now, of course, everything's different because it's all dependent on what other teams and other leagues are doing. If there's better records and stuff, but your point is well taken. That's kind of where it sits right now. But Yeah. And you look, there's more home games left. Actually, it's 8 games. It's 4 and 4.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah,
But I
8 games left. So 4 on the road, 4 at home. But after this Northwestern game, you've got
it's noticeably easier.
Well, I would say this.
It's a winnable game.
They're all winnable games.
That's the problem, though, man.
They're all winnable
They're
games.
all winnable games.
I know, but that's the terrifying thing, right? This program has historically done, whenever you feel really sure about what's going to happen, good or bad, most of the opposite happens in that game. And last night is a great example. Like, everybody went into that game like, it's going to be a letdown, right? After they won at home. They've been bad on the road. I feel more sure about this one. This is going to be the hardest one to win. And they almost went out and won the thing. Probably should have won the thing. I'm worried that the opposite effect, because the opposite effect happens too. Yeah. That's what I'm worried about, those home games. And like this Nebraska ball anxiety that you start to develop at some point, you start like thinking forward to these scenarios like, oh God, what if they're 4 and 4, they've got 20 wins, and they get the 6th seed in Minneapolis, and they're playing like Penn State at 9:00 on that second day, and all of a sudden they're down by 8, and you're like, oh no, they're gonna end up with 20 wins, and at best they're gonna be a Dayton maybe at that point, like that whole, and then just like the 4 days, or a week, however many days you have to wait.
Days, yeah,
guys, that's the type of thing that I need therapy for. Yeah. Yeah. I'm worried.
Well, the good news is your month continues with a much anticipated game on Sunday.
Ooh.
Super Bowl Sunday. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? This game has been sold out for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Are you going, Jack?
I'm thinking about maybe driving down and just checking out the secondary market, seeing what I can get in for.
Well, let me tell you what the secondary market is currently doing on the tickets for less.
Okay.
Would you like to guess what the cheapest tickets are right now on the tickets for less?
$225.
Oh, I was going to say more like 800.
Well, you guys split the difference. The cheapest tickets right now can be found for $464.
Good Lord.
That's not that bad. Maybe I will go.
Hello.
Maybe I will go.
I didn't realize Jack got that big of a raise.
There is a pack of, let's see, where's 108? Wow. These aren't even like 50-yard line or mid-court seats. These are seats in section 108, which is basically on the baseline. Someone's trying to sell them for $1,263 each.
Good Lord.
But keep in mind, money has a different value in Vegas, right? Like, I can go 15 minutes into one of those places and walk out with that money easily just with a hot few minutes, right?
Okay, I should correct myself. These are tickets in permanent seats. There are some general admission. Which is basically standing room only, $150 each.
Do they just have some bleachers up there at that spot?
I guess. I don't know.
At the top of that brand new arena or brand new stadium.
Hey, Jack, what do you think we're talking about right now?
What? The Super Bowl tickets?
No, this is for the women's basketball game on Sunday.
That's why I asked if you were going. Caitlin Clark, Jack.
What? Didn't you say the Super Bowl coming up?
No, I said on Super Bowl.
You said
Super
the
Bowl
big
Sunday.
game on Sunday.
I said the big game on Super Bowl.
I knew what you
Sunday.
meant. I knew you were talking about the basketball game.
Were
the
you
whole
setting me up for this bit here? Was this,
No,
or did you really mean?
No,
the big game. The big game.
I guess my.
I mean, listen, guys. Women's basketball has come a long way, right? But when you say the big game on Sunday,
I think
our minds go.
That's why I asked if you were going. Are you going to go?
I thought it was a joke. I played along. I was like, I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. Cold hardy RR. But
yeah. So are you going to the basketball game?
All right, let's have this whole thing again. No, I don't. I don't have any tickets. I don't think I.
All
have.
right.
Well, again, $464 if you want permanent seats and general admission, you can get in for $150 each.
By the way, Happer says
for a
that the
women's
GA
basketball
tickets
game
are the section behind the baskets on both sides.
Okay.
Who knows whether to believe? Who knows whether to believe that or not?
That's incredible. That is incredible.
Okay, that's why I guessed $800,
dude. And the fact that you had to split the number that you and I guessed It's like, damn, Nebraska fans are going to pay that much money to watch another loss?
Well, how many of these are being sold by Nebraska fans realizing, hey, I'm going to make some money off these crazy
Who's
Iowa
buying these? Is this Iowa fans that are buying these? What's happening?
I don't
if
know.
I had tickets, I would go because you're only going to get to see her, in Lincoln one more time.
I've heard you talk about it, Josh. You're a super fan. You're one of you.
She's
Maybe
awesome.
her number one fan.
She's awesome. I love watching Caitlin Clark. I root for her. Go Caitlin Clark.
Well,
she shoots from deep.
Oh,
See, and then
Josh.
John finds these stupid videos.
The stupid videos.
Can't wait for this dumb video.
Well, okay, so I saw this today from an account.
Is this a Facebook meme?
No, at Afro Husker.
Okay.
He quote tweeted this.
Is that Kenny Bell?
It
no,
is
that's
not. It is
Afro
not.
Thunder. Oh, that's
Afro
right.
Thunder. But it's a video of two toddlers wrestling over a toy.
Okay.
With the toddler that ends up on the losing end, Afro Husker wondering aloud, is this Caitlin Clark as a baby?
I couldn't hear anything that you were just saying.
I couldn't hear anything.
See, but this is where you and I disagree because I still don't think she was flopping.
Okay, but
she wasn't.
I'm not even talking about the Ohio State court storming. I'm just talking about in general. She does have a tendency. And who was it that she
Jazz? She gave it. That was
ran into Jazz Shelley.
She gave the kind of the.
It was pretty
she
bad.
did the stop thing and
then dug that elbow in a little bit, but no, Josh makes a lot of threes. It's great. Well, that's the weirdest argument to like would you make that argument for a player that you don't like that plays for the Eagles or something? Like
what?
And I'm like, well, Jalen Hurts, and you're like, I can't stand Jalen Hurts, and I'm like, Josh, he's a good player. He scores touchdowns.
What do you say?
So
you should hate her.
I'm just, it seems like that's your counter argument, or like
I just like
you're trying
watching
to
her play. What do you
convince-
mean? I just say I like watching her play.
Okay, it seems like maybe you're trying to. It seems like maybe you're trying to bring people to your side on this.
No, my argument for liking her is she's fun. If you don't like her, it doesn't bother me. I love Jalen Hurts. I just say you're idiots, is what I say to them. I guess
Jack's saying the same
guess that's what I'm
thing.
saying to you then.
Yeah, I do say that.
You like Caitlin Clark? You idiot.
Stibbs was like, man, Jalen Hurts is so good. I'm like, no, he's not. He sucks.
Yeah, he was being you in that argument. Look how annoying he was.
I was kind of proven right on that, though. We're allowed to have some opinions, Jack. Why are you mad at me for having a sports opinion?
Just saying it's annoying. That's all.
My sports opinion is annoying.
Correct. Oh, listen,
I've
that
never
what?
had an annoying sports opinion. They're always good.
Isn't that what you were hired there for?
The opinions?
Annoying opinions.
Oh, to ask our old boss, I guess.
Well, anyway, I have shared that video on our social media. You can check it out on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. It is actually very funny. I mean, this girl really does a good job of flopping, and it does kind of look like
She even goes for the fake head injury at one point.
Oh yeah, I mean the one where she's standing next to the couch and then just lets go of the buzz and just starts lurching and then falls.
She'll be a great athlete someday. Maybe she'll play footy.
It may actually be Caitlin Clark. We don't know this. It could be. I mean, to be that good, she had to develop that talent of shooting threes and flopping at an early age.
That's too bad she's not good at actual acting. I've seen her on the commercials.
It's just one commercial. I'm sure she'll do better.
Yeah. Hey, look, but it's a new era where they can do those commercials. Thanks, State Farm. Thanks, NIL. Let's go.
I think it's awesome.
Yes.
Get
Thanks,
that bag,
NIL.
Caitlin.
Get that bag. Because you're going to get more now than you will in the WNBA. Am I right?
From the sponsorship, certainly.
Well, but that was the big argument of why she should never go to the WNBA because
she'll
get paid less. No, she'll keep
she'll
the
keep
endorsements.
getting paid, yeah.
Then she'll start getting paid an actual salary.
Yep, that's how it works.
All right. Well, Who do you have a pick in the Super Bowl? Did you?
We are talking. Okay, so we are talking about the Super Bowl.
Yes, this
now.
is the football game now that all of America will be watching.
I think the Chiefs are going to win it. I think the Chiefs are going to win it.
Are you rooting for the Chiefs? I mean, these are two of your teams that you once upon a time adopted.
That's a great point. They're like ex lovers that
are like your two children.
Yes.
You have to pick between.
I think it's more like ex lovers that you've since kind of broken things off with to some degree.
Wow.
So
who was better in bed, the Chiefs or the 49ers?
Great question. Who made you happier?
When I was with the 49ers, I was only like 7. Because that was Roger Craig, Tom Rathman, Jamie Williams, John knows all about that.
When were the Chiefs? That was the 90s, right?
The Chiefs. It was a little of the 90s, even more like the sort of the Priest Holmes, Will Shields, Trent Green.
Those are fun teams.
Those are fun teams, and then they hired.
How did that team not take? Dante.
Well, then they hired what's his name, the guy who went to the Cardinals. I can't think of his name as a coach. You remember him? You got it from the Steelers. It was
Wisenhunt.
Oh no. They're somebody will stand in the
Are you Gunther Cunningham?
No. It was after all that. It was after that. So, like, I was really sad the year they lost to Peyton Manning and the Colts at home in the playoffs.
That was a great team.
Oh, when the Colts never punted.
Okay, who's this coach's name? I can't think of. He had like kind of a
Dick
mullet.
Vermeil? Not Dick Vermeil.
No, not Dick Vermeil. I know who Dick Vermeil is.
Man,
he ruined. He had a terrible. He was right after Dick Vermeil, I think. And he was terrible. He like took all the fun out of them.
All right. After Vermeil was not Herm. You talking about Todd Haley?
No.
Todd.
Todd. Oh yeah, must have been Todd Haley. Todd Haley. I'm sorry, it is Todd Haley.
Was after Vermeil.
Yeah, Todd Haley sucked. He was horrible.
He took the fun out of that.
I don't know where Arizona came into. Didn't
he coach Arizona after that?
He was there. Okay, never mind. He was their OC before Kansas City.
That's where he came from. My bad.
Yeah. So who's he rooting for? I have no idea. Who's he rooting for? The Chiefs?
I don't know.
He's picking the Chiefs. He's picking the Chiefs.
Okay. It would. I'll root for. Well, you'll kill me if I say this. So whatever.
What?
I guess I'm rooting for the Chiefs. No, I don't want to say
fine.
it. I don't want to say
it. To have someone on the station not disrespecting them.
I'm not. I'm the one that's picking them.
I'm correctly picking the 49ers. It's nice to
correctly picking.
You picked against the Chiefs all the time, and you were wrong, and I was right, and now I'm on the other side, and I'll be right again.
And who's in danger of losing their facial hair and who's not?
It's a bit, John. It's for funsies. With
Nick. So you've been tanking. That's
to make the show interesting.
On Spanish soccer, that's what this is riding on.
Well, right now it is.
Yeah, well, just it's a valuable point.
Come on, Waystar.
Waystar Royko needs to tie the game.
Yeah. I was in Europe this summer, and I can tell you that name La Liga. That's Spanish for the Liga.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
It's the best soccer in the world. Everybody knows this.
Let me tell you why I didn't want to answer you, okay? Because I know you're going to give me a hard time, and maybe I deserve it, but
because you don't have a favorite NFL team?
No, not even that. I'm in. You're gonna roll your eyes so hard.
What are you talking about?
I'm in a playoff fantasy league where
this is the biggest goober thing you do, Jack.
Can I explain it?
Goober Husker Ray on Twitter.
A fantasy league in the playoffs.
Can I explain how it works? It's very strategic.
I'm sure it is.
You start at the beginning of the playoffs. You can set your lineup, but once you use a player, they're gone. So you got to like factor in if they're going to be around later.
So who do you have?
So I'm down some players now. I'm not I kind of need Juwan Jennings to have kind of a big game, right? I'm excited for that. I need what's his name? Not Kelsey, but what the other one? Gray? Yeah, no,
the tight end,
the other tight end, right?
Yeah,
I need him. I'm cheering for him. That guy.
Cool. Well, Jacksonville.
So in other words, you have people
awesome.
that probably aren't going to score you many points in this game.
But what if he does? Like, that's huge. It's just like the people who are playing squares, who are doing the
those
prop
people
bets.
are more normal than you are.
That's no different.
So you pick an entire team, or are you just picking guys?
You pick a lot. So I have a lineup of only players from those two teams. It's almost like a daily. It would be most akin to like a daily fantasy lineup.
Yeah, but you picked this before the playoffs, right?
No. Every week you pick a new lineup.
Oh,
for each week.
And how did you end up with only those two guys?
Well, I've got other ones, but I was trying to pick the most obscure ones. I mean, I have Mahomes. I saved Mahomes smartly. Okay. So
nice.
I got Debo. I saved him smartly.
Okay.
So I got it'll be all right. It'll be good. I'm just cheering for some unique things. And you know what, Josh? I'm going to enjoy it.
Okay.
You know, it's don't yuck my yums, please.
I will
just
not
appreciate
yuck
that.
your yums.
Your yums.
Yeah. By the way, Jack is filling in for John tomorrow.
Oh, I
we
forgot about that.
We can explore some of these topics more thoroughly.
I can more fully break down my team for you if you would like.
There we
Josh.
go. Yeah, maybe we'll do that.
I could go week to week
Happer,
what I did.
I gave Happer and Otson a great idea. They never ran with it. Maybe we'll finally do it tomorrow. The worst segment
of the
ever.
week,
And so
where
we'll
Jack
just talk
talks
about
his
that.
playoff
And
fantasy.
maybe I'll just find a lot of prop bets I like and just read them off.
I would think the worst segment ever would be for 5 minutes talking about Nebraska women's basketball when one of the hosts thinks you're talking about the Super Bowl.
By the way,
we did pull that off.
Asian Joe said, "I'm with Jack. I thought you were talking Super Bowl."
I apologize. It must have been in the
Also,
phrasing.
Happer texted and said, "Oh no, what did I miss at the start of this?" Happer, just go re-listen. It's so funny.
Now he knows how I feel all the time when I start getting texts like, "You should hear what they're saying on the radio in Omaha about you." Especially back about 15 years ago. Those were the worst.
Oh yeah, those were times
because they meant it.
All right. All right. Well, enjoy the week, and the rest of the folks will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Josh.
Bye.
There he is,
Wow,
Jack
bye,
Mitchell
Jack.
of KLIN, and we'll be back with more in a minute on 16
everyone.
The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
A horny industrial
leather industrial.
John has a lot of questions.
Yeah,
I do have a lot of questions.
Will John get any?
What is this horny industrial leather show?
Black Blade?
What made them industrially horny?
Should we just play 20 questions with this tweet?
What made them industrial horny?
Amazing question.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Becoming mostly sunny this afternoon and mild with a high in Omaha today of 49 degrees and winds remaining light and variable. Mostly clear to partly cloudy skies overnight with patchy fog possible by Tuesday morning, a low of 31 with light winds continuing. For your Tuesday, fog possible in the morning, becoming partly to mostly cloudy and breezy, very mild with a high in Omaha of 56. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Man, we're all in this together. Hair loss, lower libido, ED, loss of energy, poor mood. It happens to many of us in our 40s and 50s. But unlike when our fathers went through it, there's an easy, professional, discreet way to go after those problems. John Bishop here for Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Maverick baseball and softball are right around the corner. Get your season tickets today by calling 402-554-MAVS. This week, Omaha Maverick women's basketball takes on North Dakota and North Dakota State at Baxter Arena, while Omaha Maverick men's basketball is a game out of first place and making a run for the conference title. They take on South Dakota February 15th and South Dakota State February 17th. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is to Agave Azteca. Get 2 $25 gift vouchers, a $50 value for just $25. Agave Azteca is your shortcut to Mexico. Agave Azteca is known for its delicious Mexican cuisine and fantastic customer service. After one trip to Agave Azteca, you'll want to come back for more. Agave Azteca, where every bite is a unique experience.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
Lanahaw Nurseries has been your dependable full-service source for locally grown trees, plants, and landscape materials. Rooted in tradition, our products and services are consistently ranked best of Omaha in quality and value. From design to install, our experts are here to help bring your landscape vision to life. Start your next project this weekend. Visit us at 192nd and Center. Lanahaw Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974.
Down the 7
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, the final tour, live in Omaha. With special guest Steely Dan.
Are you reeling in the
Eagles. This Saturday at CHI Health Center. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, the final tour.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
What goes great with football? Rib Shack Down Home Barbecue and Soul Food. Let Miss Jackie cater your next event with slow-cooked St. Louis ribs, wings, beef brisket, and pulled pork. Visit the Rib Shack in Roxbury Plaza at 108th and Q or at ribshacksmokehouse.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Update on this pivotal La Liga match. Facial hair on the line. So far, Nick's team is winning 2-1. Josh needs a tie so he could have a 2-point lead going into next week's predictions. Nick needs this score to hold, and then it would be all deadlocked going into next week's final round. The loser has to give up their facial hair.
Hell yeah.
Rex Burkhead has some news today.
Yeah, so he is retiring. Now, multiple people in the last few minutes I've heard from say, I didn't realize he was still playing.
I had forgotten he was still playing. I really did.
Dude, I did too. I didn't realize. Let me see. Where was he at this year?
Houston.
Houston, thank you. But I let you know that that's a way to set up this tweet storm. What did you call the poll questions on Friday?
Poll storm?
Poll storm? No, I thought you had something else. Well, you already forgot? You gave it a fun name? And you already forgot?
It wasn't that fun.
Yeah, I know. That's what Nick and I were trying to tell you. Anyway, Don Taco has tweeted in. I'm guessing
Don Taco.
Don Taco's real name.
Another New Mexican restaurant.
But nice. Don writes, Rex, and we weren't talking about him, remember? So he just hopped into my mentions to
this is the
Rex.
first we have mentioned Rex in months.
So Don writes, Rex, most overrated and most underrated Husker ever, both for the exact reason you think. He's white. He was no gritty, smart player, but an athletic MFer who made guys miss and spent 10 years in the NFL. And then he used a term that I never seen before for white people. Loved him a little too much, but he was also that good. I don't want to poke a bear, but I think Dame has hinted at overrated. Point taken, see above for reasons. But again, man was a real player in the league for multiple seasons. Also, he was robbed his senior year at Nebraska due to injuries. So it's a conundrum.
A conundrum.
John, thoughts?
Okay. I've never considered Rex Burkhead one of the top 10 running backs.
Oh, and now he deleted the thread. Don, what are you doing? Boo.
Well, it's already been read and it's out
Yep.
there. It's in the ether. So
Oh, no. Did Don just delete his whole Twitter account?
he might have.
Oh, no. It's still there.
I've never considered Rex to be one of the top 10 Nebraska running backs of all time, but that doesn't mean that he still wasn't a good football player. And yes, he did. I mean, consider that two of the most successful Nebraska running backs in the National Football League history were Brandon Jackson and Rex Burkhead. And actually throw another one in there. Correll Buckhalter. None of those three guys were top 10 all-time Nebraska running backs, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't have to be necessarily. People forget that Terrell Davis was a third-string running back at Georgia
Mm-hmm.
and ended up being a Hall of Famer and a Super Bowl champion. So
I thought Rex was a little overrated in his time in Nebraska. I also thought
I didn't think he was overrated. I just thought he was good for what Nebraska needed.
Yes, I thought he was a good player. I
mean, what would classify him as, when you say overrated, you mean overrated at Nebraska? Overrated how?
I think that people thought he was better than he was. But that's not, it doesn't have to be an inherent negative thing, you know.
I guess I never thought, I mean, I wasn't even really trying to compare him to the other Nebraska backs of lore.
No, I was
just looking at, what does he mean to this team? What does he give to this team in the moment? And he was really good for what Nebraska needed.
He was.
And it was even more effective when it was between him and good Lord. My mind
Amir?
is going. No, my mind is going shot.
What are you asking?
Before Amir. God.
It was Rex. Oh, Halu?
Yeah, Roy Halu.
What about Halu?
Well, I mean,
yeah, I thought, there you go. I thought Halu was better than Rex was.
Well, right, but he gave Nebraska, it was a great changeup. If you think back into the history of Nebraska football, running back depth has been every bit as important as the rock star, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mike Rozier had good backs behind him. Lawrence Phillips had good backs behind him. You know, most of Nebraska's running back legacy, you know, pre-2010, you always had multiple running backs.
Well, and I would say that was the last stretch of having, because it went Halu, and then it went Burkhead, and then after that it went Abdullah, and that's kind of when the running back position takes a massive step back for the program, because there was only one 1,000-yard rusher since then.
Yes.
But no, he had a longer NFL career that I thought that he would have. I mean, obviously we both forgot that he was playing this year. I think the thing that always stood out to me the most about him, though, was he had a very high floor. Rex had a very high floor.
Yes,
he was always, I thought, very, very good, but rarely great, if that makes sense. You know, like, I think I don't know, what would you say is his most memorable game? The time that he rushed almost 40 times versus Michigan State?
Well, that was up there, but then
he only averaged like 3-some-odd yards a carry in that game. So, again, he
was integral in the comeback against Ohio State.
He definitely was in that one. That's a good call. You know, when I say he's overrated, it's more that, and I'm only saying that because we're answering the question from Don in his now deleted tweet thread. Nice, Don. But why I say that is, I thought that he was celebrated a lot more for what he meant to the program, and sometimes that bled into how people viewed him as a player. You know, like, it's funny. I just went to the mailbox and there was something in there from Team Jack. And that is actually how I will remember Rex more than I think anything else of him on the field.
No, tremendous citizen.
I will remember his relationship with the Hoffman family and what he meant to Jack in particular, because he was Jack's favorite player, and how that showed itself. And then, see, it's funny. You brought up the Ohio State game. I had kind of forgotten that he scores, 2 touchdowns in that game to help him win?
He scored the last 2 touchdowns. He had 119 yards rushing, and he had 59 yards receiving.
Yeah, but the thing that I will remember about him first in terms of plays is he had the game-winning touchdown against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game the year that the Patriots won their last Super Bowl. That's actually the first play that comes to my mind.
Yes, he did.
Tom Brady celebrating with him as, you know, he scored that Super Bowl, oddly enough.
Yeah, no, again,
thank you, Don, for the.
Is he a top 10 back of Nebraska all time? No, but Nebraska also has a very deep lineage of running backs, but a very, very successful career.
Yeah.
very successful career.
Asian Joe, all those Wildcat snaps that
And the
Rex done.
Wildcat snaps. I mean, he was, and
they started doing some goofy stuff. Like he ran the option, remember
Yes.
against Michigan, and he was the guy who pitched the ball, if I remember right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, you remember him because he was a good person too. You mentioned the Team Jack stuff, but he was a great ambassador.
Yeah.
And let's face it, with Nebraska, the population of ex-Huskers in the NFL is getting smaller and smaller, and you're hoping against hope that Nebraska will replenish that population because, this is and this was a guy who lasted a long time. And even as successful a program as Nebraska has been, their history of NFL players has been pretty checkered. Yes, there's a few guys that are in the Hall of Fame, but you think of all the great stars. Who is the biggest? I mean, it's probably Sue, right? The biggest star
in the NFL,
the biggest NFL star Nebraska has ever had. It's probably Ndamukong Suh, right?
Either him or, like the diehard NFL media people love Levante David.
Right, but
star, it's probably Sue.
But, when you think of star, you think of both great players, but they also attract headlines. And sure, Sue did attract headlines because sometimes his behavior on the field was a little over the top. But
Irving Fryer, right? He wasn't a star.
I mean, he was really good, and he lasted a long time in the league. But I don't ever remember a conversation where people were like, hey, he's one of the top 3 or 4 or 5 receivers in the game.
Whereas Ndamukong Suh has been that
Rex
guy.
Burkhead, just a very consistent, lengthy career.
Amazing Daniel says Amon Green at his peak. Fight says Roger Craig.
Amon
rushed for like 1,800 yards.
He did, but he basically had about a 2.5 year spurt where he was really, really good.
Yeah.
But again, he played with Brett Favre.
Yeah.
So, as far as being like a star.
I know what you mean.
Grant Wistrom had really good years, but he was never a big star.
Yeah, he did have some good years. Won a Super Bowl.
And again, you've had some Hall of Fame players like Pat Fisher, like Mick Tinglehoff, but they played, less celebrated positions.
Non-star
Part of this, too,
positions.
is because Nebraska's never really turned out any quarterbacks.
Few people bring up Neil Smith, including Adam. Amazing Daniel.
Neil was really good.
Charles
Really good.
Will Shields. See, but it's hard to be a star.
Hard to be a star when you're an offensive lineman. Neil Smith. Neil Smith is up there.
Zach and Scott bring up a name, but they both add for the wrong reasons. Randy Gregory.
Yeah, and again, just because you get your name in print every once in a while because you were smoking too much weed.
He was good, but yeah, he just hasn't been on the field consistently.
Right.
Sam Cook.
Sam, another dude that lasted a long time.
Yeah.
Had a really good run.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really good run. But congratulations, Rex, and see what ends up with him down the road. In his goodbye letter, I was just kind of skimming his goodbye letter. He mentions Team Jack.
Yep. That's how I'll remember him. Wow, Chris, as much as I love Burkhead, this is usually one of the top 2 moments that comes to mind when I think of him. Texas 2010, wide open, not a soul in sight for 40 yards, pass right in his hands, and he drops it. Man. Sad.
Well, that was a game that was especially hard to take for a lot of folks.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I don't know if we said Roger Craig. Did we say Roger Craig's name?
Yeah, Roger Craig was mentioned, and
a lot of people have brought him up.
And even he's still trying to fight to get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And he was more a star because he was on the 49ers when they were the team of
He
the
was
80s.
the first 1,000 guy, right?
I believe so, yes. I mean, Roger, again, good 3-4 years of being right up there.
Yeah.
And sadly, after the fumble in the NFC Championship game, his career just kind of went.
That was the Giants?
Against the Giants. Lawrence Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
And there will be no more three-peat. One of my favorite calls of
Wow.
Pat Summerall of all time.
John happy that a Husker
And there will
cost
be
him the game.
No more three-peat.
Very sad.
Sad.
Don't worry, they'll win this week.
No, they won't.
Oh?
No way.
How about if the 49ers win, John has to shave his facial hair?
Oh, I like that
Hey,
idea.
double or nothing, John.
Smooth
No,
John.
double. Okay, if it's double or nothing and I win, then what happens to you?
I'll shave my legs. I don't know.
No, that'll help you. That just makes you more aerodynamic.
Great point. Maybe
Would
I'll
we
do
just
that anyway,
Iron
Nick.
Lotus you or something?
No, that's murder, John. You want to murder me live on the radio?
Oh, the rest of you will still live. You're healthy enough.
All right. Okay, sure. Sign me up. Get a nice
The rest of
skate
your
and
body
cut
would
off
say,
my head on the
finally, we cut off the part that annoys us the most.
It'd be hard for me to opine when I don't have a head anymore. Congrats to
Well, it's
everybody.
not your real head
Just talking
anyway.
out of his neck hole.
Just blood.
Well, at some point, it would have to stop.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
And wow, we're inside of, well, we have no
come on.
we don't know how much extra time because it's soccer
Let's
and they
go,
don't know how to keep
Waystar
time. But
or Rayco.
Waystar Royco needs to score here to
Waco?
tie this game up.
David Koresh.
2-1 Cadillac Seville.
Come on, baby.
16-20 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa, the sports book that will replace the current one you're using anywhere in Iowa. They've got tight money line splits, so you will rarely find a game higher than a -110 split. They keep as little money as they can on large market bets, another thing a lot of other places don't do. And they also don't limit you if you're constantly winning and hitting it big, because they want you to make money. Also, if you're like me and you love a good prop, wander over to the prop bet section of this weekend's big game in Vegas and check out Circa Squares. You get to pick your own numbers instead of relying on a random number given to you. A $1 minimum could quickly turn into a $100,000 investment for you. And if you happen to come across any issues at all whatsoever, their real customer service with real people on the other end will give you real help. Either send them an email or tweet at them directly. They'll get you covered. Circa Sports Iowa. Download the app. Try it out anywhere in Iowa and love it. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. As far as wrecks go, you should have some smooth sailing this afternoon. A little bit of a delay on L Street around 90th for both directions. If you're east on Dodge, delays around 72nd. If you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 120th. And on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Love Languages, presented by Fernando's. 1. Words of affirmation.
Your tacos are delicious.
Come and feel the love at Fernando's, 75th and Pacific, 114th and Dodge, and FernandosOmaha.com.
The NFL action keeps getting better, and DraftKings, the leader in fantasy sports, just dropped a brand new app, Pick Six. Pick Six is the newest way for you to get in on the fantasy football action with DraftKings. New customers can make their first NFL picks and get up to $100 back in Pick Six credits if those picks lose. Getting started is simple. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app and sign up using code 1620. Just pick between 2 and 6 NFL players and choose if they're going to have more or less of a stat. For example, will a player have more or less than 100 rushing yards, or will a player have more than 1 touchdown? Track your lineup and compete against others for a shot at huge cash prizes. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and sign up with code 1620. New customers can get up to $100 back in Pick Six credits if your first football pick set loses. That's code 1620. Only on DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. One offer per new customer. First qualifying pick set winnings less entry fees must generate negative number. Max reward up to $100 equal to amount of negative number. Issued in non-withdrawable Pick Six credits valid for Pick Six use only. Expire after 1 year. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Valid only in states where DraftKings Pick Six operates. For up-to-date list of states, please visit dkng.co/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Thick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Wednesday night, the Creighton Blue Jays hit the road as they battle the Providence Friars. Pre-game coverage begins after Unsportsmanlike Conduct at 6. Tip-off at 7:30. The Blue Jays Wednesday night on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
42 Degrees is showing you the love with sweet deals on Kratom and Delta products. Buy one, get one half off. 25% off CBD melatonin products. 30% off premium pre-rolls from Top Shelf, Buds Burn, and Tyson. Cube disposables, 4 for $20. And 42 Degrees gummies are way better than a box of chocolates. They're 20% off now through Valentine's Day at 42 Degrees. Your destination for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. By your mom's house.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. You know, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic on the 42 Degrees, the Source Hotline. 42 Degrees by your mom's house. You can tell how stressed. I think Connor was on to something. When he said,
was.
I mean, Josh hates to lose. He hates to lose.
Yeah.
But he's managed to keep his head in the game.
I'm barely
today.
watching it.
And Nick,
we were doing a read earlier, and Nick, in the middle of the read, is like,
yeah.
Unbelievable. Forgets to call our guest.
Watching this soccer match because he's so worried he's going to lose his facial hair. And remember, it's not over. This doesn't determine the winner or the loser. This just determines if you're going to be tied or not going into next week. Mitch, we apologize. We had to stall there before you came on. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm way off topic too. I was just as you called, I was watching the video of the Marquette students who didn't know the logos of any of the schools in their own conference.
Oh, I haven't seen this yet.
Posted by Marquette. Either the message is our students are so dumb that they can't recognize the logos of any teams that we play, or our league doesn't have enough brand value to whatever.
Is this a new video, or is this one of those schedule release videos from earlier this year?
No, it's new. I saw it because Coach Booth commented on it.
Oh God!
She being the Twitter, she's a heavyweight on Twitter. When Coach Booth has something to say, people pay attention. That's the new thing since volleyball season ended, I guess. But it's a doozy. You should watch it. I think
I will.
The voice of the Jays.
I think I will.
Man, Mitch, I'm not going to lie. When you said I was too busy watching a video, I thought you were going to say of the announcement about Bobby Witt Jr. again and again and again.
I haven't watched that video, but I'll tell you what, I almost fell over as I was walking through my living room when that I saw it in an email. I mean, I don't get emails from the Royals, but they every form of communication that could possibly be used. I think they have banners flying over Kansas City saying that Bobby Witt Jr. has been signed. They need to warn people before they do that.
Yeah.
You get injured, like fall and hit my head on a coffee table when that popped up on my phone. But how about that?
Yeah.
He's the Royal for at least the next 7 years and probably the next 11.
Yeah, I thought Happer did a good job of describing it today. Basically, like, whenever someone would want to talk about the stadium with him, he'd say, "No, I'm worried about Bobby Witt first." Well, now you got that guy locked up, so now let's start talking about downtown stadium.
I can't wait till Kauffman Stadium gets condemned because it's run down and out of shape, and then they have to play in some empty lot because they spent all their money on a player instead of building a new ballpark.
No, the Sherman's no relation, by the way. I love Bobby's message to the masses was that he first wanted to thank the Sherman family. So I'm going to take that and
run with it.
Somehow print that out and put it on my office wall. I'm unlike Connor because I didn't even have any hope. I mean, I was just like, it's a foregone conclusion that when his rookie deal is done, you can just expect him to land with the Dodgers or the Astros or the Yankees or the Red Sox. And so this one came out of the blue to me. I'm not maybe following the off-season signings and contract renegotiations as much as I should as a baseball fan, because for forever it's just been disappointment after disappointment with the team that I follow. So finally a good day in that regard.
I just found the tweet you were referencing from Coach Booth, and the video started to autoplay. I hit the freeze frame. The first guess is the Creighton logo, and the guess is the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, first of all, there's no letter C anywhere in Baltimore or Ravens. So I get the whole being confused by a bird thing, but I mean,
but they should now go to the Big Ten campus that's 60 miles away and flash up Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. You could even get down to like Purdue and Michigan State. People are going to know what those logos are. So what are you saying about the Big East? What is Marquette trying to do with this?
I don't know, but that's a great point. That's a great point because, and it's not like
it's funny.
Yeah, it's funny, but it's, and they do this sometimes with schedule releases, but they're going out and interviewing just people on the street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they do that in the NFL.
Who aren't very sports savvy.
Yeah.
These are students. And Marquette, if you've ever been to a basketball game at Marquette, biggest student section in the Big East, next to UConn, maybe bigger than UConn. I mean, they fill up both end zones. So there's a lot of students that go to these games.
I actually drove to a Nebraska Marquette game many years ago, probably a December game, and it was a cold night in Milwaukee. And whatever arena Marquette plays in now, I don't think. Well, maybe it had just opened. How long?
Well, yeah, they're playing in the new Bucks building, but before that, they played in the building where the Bucks played downtown.
It was downtown, and it was nice.
Yeah, about 16,000, 17,000. Yeah.
Anyway, enough about Marquette.
Enough about Marquette. Well, I mean, we brought up basketball. I'm curious. Did Nebraska basketball show you something more last night than what they did in winning on Wednesday or Thursday night?
Well, I don't know about more than they had shown me against Wisconsin, because that was quite a display in its own right. Incredible comeback. And now you've played these games back to back. And yes, like Fred Hoiberg said after the game, I think our team learned something about themselves, to paraphrase, and they really showed something tonight. And it would have been amazing for Nebraska to win that, because I think then you basically punched your ticket. And you don't even have to worry as long as you can just kind of hold serve the rest of the way. And now I don't think there's that much to worry about. I think if Nebraska takes care of business and you don't have a devastating injury that changes your team, or you don't lose at home against Rutgers or Michigan or something like that, as long as they just play the kind of basketball that they've shown that they can play, I think they're going to be fine. But it would be nice to win a road game, and they should win a road game. Like, you play like that. Maybe not Wednesday night, maybe not at Indiana, but Ohio State or Michigan, those one of those games, Michigan being the most likely, and that's the end of the season before you go into the conference tournament, you got to do something on the away from PBA, just so they don't have that that sticking point there and say, well, we left this team out because they showed no ability to win away from home, and guess what? They're not playing in the NCAA tournament at home. So it would be nice for sure for them to win a game. I was really impressed with clearly the 10-point comeback in the last 3 minutes, but really the way that they played and the toughness that they showed throughout that game, because I haven't seen a ton of Illinois, but I can tell from watching Illinois last night, that's a good team. It's a tournament team. It's a team that could be a Sweet 16 team.
Hey, Mitch, I'm curious your reaction when you heard about the news on Friday about the Big Ten and the SEC forming, for lack of a better word, an alliance together. I know that John and I think we have the view on where college sports are going, and so like news like this, we view as seismic and like, oh, this is again one of those first steps of many. What was your reaction?
It kind of felt like, yeah, okay, I'm not surprised by that, and I wonder why they didn't think of that earlier. I mean, the Big Ten and the SEC can really throw around their weight in whatever way they want, because who's going to tell them no, and who's going to stand in their way? I mean, if the Big 12 and the ACC came out with that announcement, I think people would just kind of, look at them side-eyed, like, okay, yeah, you guys go do that. But with these two leagues, they wield so much power now, and it's well timed in the sense that now you're out of football season, and the next game that Texas and Oklahoma play will be as members of the SEC, and the same thing with the 4 heavyweights from the Pac-12. They're going to be members of the Big Ten. So they just continue to grow in power and influence and ability to basically do whatever they want. So this to me is like these two leagues, these two commissioners just getting together and saying, all right, we're just going to take matters into our own hands. So if you can't figure it out, NCAA, or even if you can, we don't really care. We're tired of this stuff happening to our schools where you seem to arbitrarily be enforcing rules. And I would say that's the case. And it involves Florida State too. The stuff that's coming down on Florida State and Tennessee with NIL investigations, a lot of it is happening at every school in the country, or every Power 5 school, every school that has resources to be able to effectively recruit through NIL. This is just where we're at. It's not just these two schools. It's happening everywhere. So I would think that part of what that if they're going to just start governing for college sports, part of what they're going to do is to make the things that are happening and that the NCAA apparently doesn't want to acknowledge are happening, to make them just allowed and part of the game as they already are.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. I saw a few of the jokes last week that, this is another alliance thing. We all remember the failed alliance that brought the Pac-12 and the ACC and the Big Ten together. And then within a year, Big Ten had essentially stabbed both of those leagues in the back. Certainly, the SEC is strong enough that they could withhold a stab in the back from the Big Ten. But I'm curious if anything substantial comes out of this advisory group. They say this isn't the beginning of, these two leagues branching off and becoming a super league. They say they're doing this so they can actually affect some change when it comes to NIL and transfer portal and some of these other issues. Do you think anything substantial comes from this, or is it just the beginning of what we believe to be the inevitability?
Well, yeah, both of those things. I think there is something substantial that eventually comes out of it. The future of college sports is going to be shaped around the Big Ten and the SEC. So I don't know. This is not the first step. The first step, you can trace it back probably years ago. Someday the book will be written about how all of college sports changed, and the professionalization of college sports, and probably the demise of the NCAA, at least, is something that has any ability to govern college football. It might stick around and do basketball and other sports, but with football, the NCAA has always kind of had a weaker grip on football, had no say in the postseason for the highest classification. So right there, that's a big check in the box of losing power. So I think 10 to 15 years down the road, this is going to fit into the grand picture of how college sports changed and how the Big Ten and the SEC took over the world of college sports. And yeah, it's one of many steps. I do think that a lot of it now is about NIL, and it's just so unchecked and basically out of control that if you're the commissioner of these leagues, I think there's an incentive to step in, and the commissioners are answering to the conference presidents, who are listening to their athletic directors, and they don't want to be the next one that the NCAA comes after. You see Tennessee and the things that it's facing. I think there's just a feeling among the members in both of these leagues that, all right, let's set the rules as we want them before we become the next one to get investigated.
Mitch, the College Football Playoff Management Committee is meeting in Dallas today and tomorrow to work on, just ironing up some details. And it's interesting to see some of the reporting coming out of it, because essentially it's like, okay, so what's next? I think a lot of people probably, when they announced the 12, thought, yeah, eventually they're going to get to 16. Reading some of the reporting, it seems like that might be in the cards sooner rather than later. Obviously, losing a power league also is going to change the math of it all, with the 6+6 having to fall by the wayside, I guess theoretically. Or what does the future of this look like? And I guess how quickly could we be talking about like more big time changes coming to the college football playoff, given all of the other changes happening within the sport?
Yeah, I don't know specifically. I haven't talked to any of my colleagues who are covering that yet. There'll probably be more news that comes out of that as those meetings go on, and I'll have a better handle on it. But I do think that one thing I can say is that it's a period of change and transition and transformation all through the sport, and the college football playoff clearly, going to 12 here in this next season is part of that change. And if there's more change to come, well, there will be, because as you said, Josh, there's no fifth member of the Power Five. I mean, the Power Five is no more. It's a Power Four, or whatever phrase they want to use. And, I know people are trying to come up with the right way to coin that. And it's, somewhat going to be determined by, I think, the way the CFP structures its selection. It's all moving. These are all moving parts. So does it go to 16 sooner than it would have if the Pac-12 hadn't met its demise? I don't really know. I don't feel like I've got my arms around that enough to be able to say yet, but any kind of change, I think, is something that you can't be surprised by.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. Of course, the thing that kind of started the ball rolling on some of this other stuff this week was Tennessee's lawsuit against the NCAA. I saw in some places where there were folks going, well, this was the lawsuit we've been waiting for. This kind of feels like a last straw legals challenge to break the NCAA's back. How big does what Tennessee is challenging mean to the overall picture? The fact that they are challenging the notion that the NCAA really can't regulate NIL because they're trying to make NIL something that doesn't exist in the real world, in that you can't use it as a recruiting enticement.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, where Tennessee, I think, justifiably feels like they're being singled out when they're not acting alone in the way that they handle NIL. Now, a couple of their, and the reason they're being singled out is because a couple of the instances at Tennessee were just more blatant and high profile than others, and there was more reporting on them, and there were known individuals because agents leaked information to the media. But that shouldn't be the reason that you get singled out and investigated. I think they have, not a legal expert, and I haven't studied the lawsuit, but I think they have a good leg to stand on that they're not being treated fairly. And it just comes down to whether the court agrees. The court might say, well, you still broke the rules, and you can't use the fact or your belief that everyone else is breaking the rules too as a defense. Or maybe the court will say you can. So I don't know which direction that'll go, but I think ultimately this is another event that's going to lead to change in the way that not just the NCAA, if it survives, has to deal with NIL, but the way that NIL is structured throughout. And, we're moving toward a system where there's going to have to be some regulation, and probably a system where the student athletes are going to be employees of the universities. And it's something, talking to the interim president at Nebraska about this a little bit last week, he said they just want to be prepared for everything. And, you can't just stick your head in the sand and act like this is not a possibility. So schools are getting ready for whatever possible outcomes come from this. And that seems like it's more likely than a lot of others, that the system that we have right now isn't sustainable, with the third parties and the collectives and donors just basically writing checks to get recruits to come to school. And what's probably more sustainable is for them to just become employees. And, that obviously comes with a lot of cost and a lot of complications, but at least it's something that can be regulated. It might be the only hope for the NCAA after really through the entire existence of the organization. It's what they fought against.
Yeah.
Mitch, anything in particular you're looking forward to hearing about from Rule on Wednesday?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've heard from him publicly. So looking forward to hearing about the change that he made on the offensive coaching staff, hiring a quarterbacks coach, and how Glenn Thomas and Marcus Satterfield will work together. Obviously, we want to hear about every press conference for as long as Dylan Raiola is in Lincoln. His name is going to be one of the first ones brought up, and now he's been on campus for a month or close to a month. So, how's it going? How's your quarterback, Matt? I mean, like this might as well start every press conference for the next few months with that question. So I want to hear about that. And there've been some obviously other additions that are significant. So we'll hear about some of these transfers. He'll be able to talk about for the first time. And then they're working on mat drills, which isn't maybe the most interesting subject for the public, but he likes to. As a team, it's important to them. The competition that comes with that, and it's I think it's essential within this culture in the lead up to spring practice. So just the fact that it's been a while, it's been since December 20th, the last signing period since he's had one of these press conferences. I'm sure he'll have things that he wants to address, and there'll be plenty of questions to ask.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks. And we'll talk to you next week.
Good to talk to you guys.
You bet.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman, who joins us every Monday. Just saw this here.
Yep, I was just going to say, how about this? This fits in with what we were talking about with Mitch.
15 minutes ago, the National Labor Relations Board rules that Dartmouth's men's basketball players are employees of Dartmouth and are allowed to go forward with an election to create a union. I had no idea that Dartmouth was petitioning for this. Dartmouth, of course, in the Ivy League, Division I college basketball. This is from the ruling. Dartmouth takes the position that the petitioned for basketball players are not employees within the meaning of the act and submits that the petition should be dismissed. In addition, Dartmouth takes the position that the board should decline to assert jurisdiction over the basketball players so as to not create instability in labor relations. As set forth below, I find that because Dartmouth has the right to control the work performed by the men's varsity basketball team, and because the players perform that work in exchange for compensation, the petition for basketball players are employees within the meaning of the act. Additionally, I find that asserting jurisdiction would not create instability in labor relations. Accordingly, I shall direct an election in the petitioned for unit.
That second paragraph, just rereading it again, I find that because Dartmouth has the right to control the work performed by the men's varsity basketball team, because the players perform the work in exchange for compensation, the petition for basketball players are employees within the meaning of the act. It's so funny, John, how sometimes you just can read something that simple and it's like, yeah, of course, of course they are employees of the university, even if they are not they're not maybe paid in the usual ways in which, you and I are paid by our company. As Jack tweeted, and again, Jack will be filling in tomorrow, so this is interesting timing with him given his law background. He tweeted Vince Carter from the dunk contest a couple decades ago saying, it's over. It's over.
Well, and again, I had no idea that Dartmouth or that anyone was petitioning on Dartmouth's behalf. I assume it would be the players petitioning themselves, right? Because they're the ones that would make up the union or the collective bargaining wing. But wow.
See,
on the surface, this appears to be very, very,
massive.
very huge news.
This
is being reported by Amanda Kristovich, who is a reporter for Front Office Sports.
Yeah, it's funny, especially given the timing of what we just did with Mitch and how so much of the conversation with him was about the college football playoff and some of the things going on there. You obviously brought up the Tennessee story later on, but also I'm trying to remember, what did we begin the conversation with? Not the playoff, not the Tennessee, but we're talking about all sorts of stuff. Oh, the alliance between these two conferences and what's going to happen next, because just seems like all of these things everything is meeting at a head right now, and it's moving in a very specific direction.
Now, the next thing to happen is, this doesn't mean that a union exists, but the National Labor Relations Board, who oversees labor issues in our nation, aka unions, has said they can now have an election. And if they choose to unionize, that union would then likely be recognized as an official union in the United States, which would then create a unionized force
amongst the basketball team.
Among the and this is just the men's varsity basketball team. So this is only one sport at one school.
Yeah.
But obviously.
Yeah, you'd wonder what the fallout would be, because what are we, a decade removed from Northwestern trying to unionize the football program? And I don't remember exactly how or why that ended, but nothing ever came out of it.
Nothing ever came out of it. I don't think I don't know if they ever actually.
I don't believe they ever voted. I could be wrong though. It's been a while.
This is coming from the National Labor Relations Board regional director. Issued a decision and a direction of election.
This feels a lot like a first domino.
Well, it feels like the dominoes have been falling, but if you ever watch, and I'm always mesmerized by the dominoes.
Domino, then.
When they do the tricky ones where the domino somehow climbs the hill and then hits another domino, the real elaborate domino sets. This feels like one of those where this domino, somehow rode its way up the escalator and then started another chain. That's what because the dominoes have been falling.
It's just like the News
for
Friday.
A long time.
The News Friday was not, in my opinion, a first step. It was just one of the larger ones.
Yes.
In my opinion, the Big Ten and the SEC coming together. I view that we will look back on that as this massive moment. And I'm guessing today we will look back on this as a massive moment. I'm with you. It is not the first domino, but it is certainly a domino nonetheless.
Well, then that can take us into the conversation, because you asked Mitch about it, and it does involve the college football playoff, but the Big Ten and the SEC are also talking about wielding more power on that front. And as much as anything, that could start things rolling a lot faster than whatever it is they come to an agreement on when it comes to NIL or the transfer portal. Because this is who actually is paying the money. College football playoff. Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone.
Your
Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Clear to partly cloudy tonight, low temperature into the upper 20s. Could be some fog forming late night and also lasting into the morning on Tuesday. And then partly to mostly cloudy, breezy and mild on Tuesday, highs reaching the mid-50s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, nothing to slow you down as far as wrecks go this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. If you're west on L Street, delays around 36th. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. And if you're east on Industrial Road, delays between 156th and 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Love Languages, presented by Fernando's. 2 acts of service.
I made you tacos.
Come and feel the love at Fernando's, 75th and Pacific, 114th and Dodge, and FernandosOmaha.com.
There's no shame in getting older because we can't control it, but there is something you can do about feeling older. Hair loss is common as we get over 50. Lower sex drive and ED happens to over half of us after 40, but there is professional help. John Bishop here to tell you it is simple as going to hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
There is only one constant in the universe, and that's change.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
I'm sure many of you remember the incredibly low interest rates that were available only a few years ago. Well, things changed. Now rates are higher. But would you believe me if I told you there was a time when people were paying double-digit rates? And that's the thing. Everything changes. Rates go up, rates go down. So if you're waiting for the perfect time when rates drop before you buy a home, you might miss out on the home you really want. So when you think about it, what's a thing today might not be a thing tomorrow. See? Change is good. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
It's a celebration of love at Saul's Jewelry and Loan. Now through Valentine's Day, get 50% off a huge selection of jewelry. Diamond rings, 50% off. Gold chains, 50% off. Bracelets, 50% off. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. It's the celebration of love sale at Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Don't burn your britches.
The 1620 The Zone.
Cleaning up a couple things from last segment real fast. So Alex Kirshner has been tweeting about the news that just came down about Dartmouth. Friend of the Grum from Split Zone Duo. He says, this is huge college sports news, though I want to caution there's a long way to go, and the NLRB Central Board could still get in the way. And NLRB Regional Director just ruled Dartmouth men's basketball players are employees in order to union election. Northwestern's players in 2014 also got a regional director to rule in their favor. The 5-member NLRB then stopped them from actually having a union election. That could still happen here, though I think it is less likely in part because of this from 2021, and he links a story. He adds, I think it is a bit of a trap, though technically right to say the NLRB just ruled that Dartmouth players are employees. They are well on their way, but the NLRB features a lot of bureaucracy, and they're still not at the point where Northwestern players got bit. One key difference with the Northwestern case, we never actually learned the vote count in that union election because the NLRB stopped the process and impounded the results. I expect Dartmouth players will actually vote, and soon, and we will learn how they voted. So there you go.
All right. Well, so there's a lot more to come on this.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more to come on this. So the Big Ten and the SEC last week decided, we're going to do this advisory committee because we want to tackle the bigger issues. We feel we have an important voice and we need to flex our muscle. Well, there is another thing going on this week that also wields a ton of influence in this whole weird and insane process that is major college athletics. And that process is another meeting of the College Football Playoff Board of Directors. Because we still do not have any agreement on how to move forward with the permanent structure of the playoff.
Because there's still 2 years remaining on the old deal.
Right. All they've done is they've altered the deal. Pray we don't alter it any further.
They essentially, and you called this for years, that, hey, look at the number of New Year's Six games. Look at the number of games that you would require to be played in a 12-team format. And so we have 4 games at home, and then all of the other bowls will be folded in, and it will be that way for 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, they could roll it back, or run it back rather, and just do it all over again for many more years to come. Or, and what is obviously likely to happen now, especially with the end of the Pac-12, is they will start from scratch, or at the very least, maybe, go down to the bare bones of the plan and pick and choose some of the things that they like, including apparently the number of teams.
Well, and certainly from a fan standpoint, that's probably the
most important.
Well, or at least the most discussed.
Because it's like the thing we can see. I think there are two things we can see. The number of teams and where will the games be played.
But in accordance with the bigger picture conversation of where does this lead all of college athletics, the number of teams doesn't matter. But it's all the other stuff they're talking about as well, which could all influence how they decide to go. So, for example, Yahoo Sports interviewed both Greg Sankey of the SEC and Tony Petitti of the Big Ten last week. And for the first time publicly, they both expressed doubts in their commitment to the future of the playoff if its leaders can't, quote, get right a litany of issues. And that, of course, came on the heels of the announcement that the leagues were going to come together and have an advisory board. Asked if he was committed to the college football playoff beyond 2025, Greg Sankey said, yep, but we've got a lot to get right. The commitment is we want to see this get right. And getting this right doesn't so much have to do with the number of teams that get in, though that's part of the conversation, but it's also which teams get in, or how
guaranteed access.
Guaranteed access.
How many teams will, or how many conferences will have guaranteed access?
It's also about, and most importantly, the money. So the last time this group got together, the vote to determine, at least for these next 2 years, hey, are we going to have a 5+7 model or a 6+6? The current model, as it was proposed last year, was the 6+6, meaning spots for 6 automatic qualifiers. So that's 6 conference champions, 6 top 6 conference champions by the rankings, and then 6 wild card or at-large teams.
Yeah.
But with the demise of the Pac-12, the movement has been, well, it should be 5 and 7 because we have 1 fewer power conference. So now we can have 7 at-large teams.
And obviously, if you're a lesser conference, you would rather it be a 6 because then that means you have a better chance of getting in.
Right. That means the American, that means the Sun Belt, that means Conference USA. There's more opportunities to get their conference champion an automatic bid. Well, the Pac-12 still technically exists, and their representation on this board still exists. And that guy happens to be Kirk Schultz, who's the president of Washington State, one of the 2 schools that got left behind. And it has to be a unanimous vote. In order to do this in the current construct of the contract that they're currently in, when you make a change like this, it has to be unanimous. And Schultz was, well, I'll vote for this, but He wants a guarantee of voting rights and revenue distribution to the Pac-12 beyond 2025. And you're saying, wait a minute.
The conference won't even be around.
Now, technically, it is still around. Washington State and Oregon State are still together. And they're still going to make money off of the remnants of what is left of the Pac-12. Essentially, he's wanting to carry that nugget over so that then he can take that, hey, look, I got this voting power. We have this representation. We're going to get these voting rights and revenue distribution in years to come. And then he can take that to the Mountain West or whatever conference he wants to merge with and basically make that the new Pac-12 because they'll have voting rights and they'll have revenue distribution from the new playoff.
Correct.
So he's asking for guarantees beyond 2025 so that he and Oregon State can basically rebuild the Pac-12.
Rather than getting like folded in or just it dying and everyone else going to the Mountain West.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So we weren't sure where that stood as far as this week's meetings are concerned. So that's out there on the table.
Yeah.
The other part of it, going to what Josh started the conversation with, Tony Petitti of the Big Ten has discussed with commissioners possible expansion models that include 14 or 16 teams with multiple automatic qualifiers to major conferences.
Yeah, as was described by Heather Dinich of ESPN in her story that went up towards the end of it went up yesterday. She writes, the last CFP deal lasted 10 years of a 12-year contract before a format change arrived. And while there's no imminent format change beyond the new 12-team field, simple math would hint toward one being considered seriously before the 8 years is up. One source called it the elephant in the room, as the Big Ten has grown to 18 teams and the SEC is at 16. That's 34 programs, many of which were at the top of their former leagues. So essentially, the consolidation of the sport is leading them to want a larger field because, as we have talked about before many times, with the playoff expanding, I mean, it is going to be hard for these teams to get in. We look and say, oh, all you got to do is be top three. Okay, top three in the SEC. So who are you leaving out? Bama, LSU, Georgia, Oklahoma, Texas, Texas A&M. I mean, that's just 6 teams like that. Not to mention the Ole Misses of the world who are putting together a really good roster.
Yeah.
Whereas if Oklahoma and Texas are still in another league, they're saying, okay, well, if we're near the top of our league, we're going to be good to go. The math of it just makes it a whole lot harder.
Sure. Meantime, Greg Sankey has suggested in the past that the model only includes at-large selection. So even the Big Ten and the SEC disagree on this.
He's wanted that for years.
He wants all at-large because he knows, hey, we've
will.
had the best conference for better part of 2 decades. And our best teams are always going to get in. Well, if they're all at-larges, the odds of more teams being from the SEC than from any other conference, based on recent history, is pretty good.
Yeah.
So you've got that philosophically going at it.
And there's the other part too. And I don't remember. Sorry.
And then there's the revenue distribution.
Yeah.
And how all that's going to work. Because if you're the SEC and the Big Ten, and we told you about this about a month ago, SMU is now a, quote, power conference school. They're going to be in the ACC. But they're not, as of this moment, going to get a full share from the playoff. All the Power 5 schools get $6 million a year from the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska, Iowa, it doesn't matter if you make it or not, but everyone gets that share.
Go Hawks.
And it's like $2 million, I think, for all the other conferences. Well, SMU has moved from one of the other conferences to a power conference, but no one has allowed anyone else to access any more of that money. And the Big Ten and the SEC are like, no, that door is closed. And just like you have to have a unanimous vote on all the other issues when it comes to revenue distribution, you have to have an unanimous vote. So as of right now,
everyone has an equal voice. And
everyone's got an equal voice.
So Heather Dinich, again, currently changes to the existing contract structure and finances have to be unanimously approved by the 11 presidents and chancellors who have the ultimate authority over the playoff. She writes, and obviously this is coming from those conferences, should the Sun Belt have the same say as the SEC? Should the Big Ten have similar power to the MAC? And so their argument is obviously, no, they should not have an equal voice. We should to go back to the succession references, we have more shares.
Yes.
As the SEC and as the Big Ten, we have a larger voice because we have more shares. They can have a vote, but it should not equal as much as our vote does. So there you have that going on. And then the other thing, because I like how we're bouncing back and forth between some of the nitty-gritty power of it all, but also the playoff structure itself. And this has been one of the things that I know that I have brought up, and I will say, when I bring up the 4 byes and home games, I always bring it up because I'm selfish and I want as many home playoff games as possible. But back to Heather Dinich, this version's inherent controversy will be rooted in the bye for conference champions that wouldn't normally be ranked in the top 4. In 2022, for example, the model would have given ACC winner Clemson and Pac-12 winner Utah byes and bumped out TCU and Ohio State from the top 4. Clemson and Utah finished 7th and 8th in the final CFP rankings. And one of the things that, I know we get it in the NFL, right? Like the Bucks, they did not have the 4th best record in the NFC, but they got to host a playoff game.
Because they were division champ.
Because that's how it is. Now, the difference, of course, with the NFL versus college football is it is not a beauty contest. There are 8 divisions. There are 4 in each conference. If you win that, you get a reward for it. This would be judged by the almighty pickers of. So I'm saying, hey, this conference is the 4th best. That means this one is 5th best. Sorry, you have to go on the road. But college football, given how wacky it can be, there are times, I'm trying to remember, John, who won all the conferences this year. But there are times where the champs will not be anywhere near the top 4 in that fight. So like this year, it actually was pretty smooth, right? Because it was Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Bama. That was the top 4. It made it very, very easy for them in terms of that. It's not always that way, though. And I just have to imagine that is going to cause quite the headache, especially given that so much of the power is now consolidated into these 2 leagues, that you're going to have this 4th place team who's like ranked in the teens and they're hosting a playoff game. If I were to make a prediction beyond expansion and all this stuff, like I would say that rule, they're going to nix that one pretty fast. I bet that will last 2 years and they will then move away from it. They will not want to stick with that moving forward.
We'll have a little bit more on this a little bit later on in the happy hour because got some more TV numbers, which are very eye-opening, by the way. And this is really what controls all this conversation. But whatever happens with the playoff will have a more direct and immediate impact on the future structure of college football and potentially major college athletics than the much slower moving and more legal, entangled in legal developments, NIL transfer portal. If the Big Ten and the SEC decided today to flex their muscle and say, we're not going to be involved in your playoff in 2 years unless we get what we want. If they do that, whether it's separate or together, that will move the proverbial chains down the field a lot quicker to super leagues and everything else than anything NIL or transfer portal can do. Because those things are still being meted out. There's court cases. There's all this nonsense. But if the SEC and the Big Ten today said, you know what, guys, come 2 years when our contract's up, we're going to go do our own thing. And if they do that, changes everything that quick. So that's why this might be more interesting to watch than what's happening anywhere else. And probably easier to understand because we're talking about playoffs and teams and how many get in and how much money do they get.
Yeah.
So it's worth watching. More coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Looking for a sweet treat that will transport you back into time? Look no further than Ted and Wally's. With 2 convenient locations in Benson and the Old Market, it's the perfect place to satisfy your cravings. Whether you're downtown or in Benson, make sure to stop in. And if you're catching a basketball game, why not indulge in a delicious dessert afterwards? With over 3,000 flavors to choose from, there's something for everyone. Don't forget to check out our social media for daily flavors. Ted and Wally's, serving up nostalgia at its finest for over 35 years. Visit tedandwallys.com for more information.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your #1 investment.
Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
Creighton Sports Update.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's basketball season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, gocreighton.com/tickets, or visit the ticket office located at Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
At Churco, Chef Dave blends the distinctive food of Northern Italy with the melting pot of American cuisine to bring a unique fusion of style and flavors to West Omaha. From fresh pastas handcrafted daily to house-dry aged steaks, focaccia bread baked daily. Churco is perfect for date night or any night. Churco features crafted unique cocktails, an extensive Italian and American wine list, and a robust happy hour Tuesday through Sundays. Churco, located at 192nd and Q and CIRCOOmaha.com.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
The Zone hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and happy Super Bowl week to all who celebrate from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Get ready to go. Get your snacks out. Get your chips. Get your dip. And get your wagers in for Super Bowl 58, 49ers and Chiefs. And there are so many ways for you to get in on a W with our friends from the FanDuel Sportsbook. Options like which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, who scores touchdowns first, who wins and by what score, and plenty more. New customers join today and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Happer and sign up. FanDuel.com/Happer. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, I'll be headed on the road to Providence and Cincinnati this week for Creighton basketball. That was an interesting game on Friday.
God, I just realized we were almost 3 hours in, and outside of a passing mention in the crossover,
hasn't
even come up yet.
No.
I don't know if I've ever had a stretch of watching a basketball game before, and maybe this is just recency bias, but Riss and I are sitting there, and I think in the span of watching 5 minutes, it seemed like a continuous action. One shot missed maybe between the two teams. I mean, we're just cackling at what is happening in the second half when one team goes down, makes a three. The other goes down, makes a three. One goes down, makes a two. The other go down, make a three. It was ridiculous offensive basketball. You had to hate it. So much scoring, so little defense, and your team lost too.
Well, yeah, that was the thing. There were no lead changes. I mean, Creighton would get even a couple of times.
Well, was
but
this
then,
an F1 race?
Basically, it really was. And then the last 30 seconds took like 10 minutes to complete because there were so many weird things that took place. Creighton got 2 steals in the backcourt and were unable to get off a shot on either ensuing offensive possession.
Yeah.
So it was weird for a game that had so much nonstop offense. Then in the last 10 seconds, 2 different opportunities. One time Trey Alexander dribbled the ball off his foot, and the other time was only a half second left. And, They were just trying kind of a Hail Mary lob inbound towards the rim and hope that Kalkbrenner could get up and catch it, and pass was off the mark, and that ended the game. But the thing about Creighton's defense, its drop coverage, is they try to goad you into shots, and a lot of them are mid-range shots that they hope by percentage the other team can't make. And we saw what happened when a team just shoots out of their mind. It was really twofold. It was really, it was a two-man game for the most part for Butler, especially in the second half. But it was also the bench. Creighton's bench got outscored 24-5.
Yeah.
And they got, the Bizjack kid hit a couple of threes. He hit 21% of his threes all season. And they got some unlikely sources, whereas Creighton only had 5 different scores, and 4 of them ended up in 20 points.
Yeah, that is crazy. And how about that stat, too, that I don't know where exactly this all came from, but I saw it from John Walker first. Jays scored 85-plus, 4th conference game in a row. First time it's ever been done by a team in the conference. And so you have that stat. You have what you just said about the number of players that had 20-plus points, the number of bench points. And so it's odd to come away from it saying, wow, look at all the points. The offense was working very, very well, but it doesn't really tell the whole story.
No.
And, of course, the bench conversation has been one now, going on 2 seasons.
Sure.
Given how much we overestimated that group a year ago going into the season.
But Jamel Telfort had 26. DJ Davis had 22, and I think it was 16 in the second half, and those guys just could not miss. But they were able to get to spots in the mid-range and get those one-hand lobs or floaters over Ryan Kalkbrenner. If they're closer to the rim, they're getting blocked. That's the point of what Creighton tries to do defensively is, hey, make them settle for a bunch of mid-range jumpers and just play the percentages that they're not going to shoot them very well. Well, they shot them incredibly well. Telfort was 12 of 17 on twos. He was 10 of 14. And I would dare say of those 10 or those 14 shots, most of them were within 8 to 12 feet. And Davis ended up 8 for 12. And he went 5 for 7 from 2.
Wow.
And that's what it takes. But then you go 13 of 22 and you get 5 threes from a couple of bench dudes who hadn't made hardly any threes all season. It was a classic example of just some red hot shooting. And that's the one weakness about how Creighton plays defense is it will allow you for some shots, but it's usually shots that Creighton wants you to take with guys you want them to take. Well, they got enough help from the bench and then 2 really good studs at the top and won the game.
And it's funny too now, maybe funny is not the right word for Jays fans listening, but after so much conversation towards the end of January about what was the record that they needed to have in conference play. And they pretty much did it, right? They lose
went
the
7-1
UConn game
in January.
Now, I would say that they're out of the conference race, right? They're not going to win the conference.
Mathematically, no, they're not. They're still in it. But realistically, UConn may not lose the rest of the regular season.
And so you have that. You have, another conversation that we have had many, many times on the show and everywhere else in the world of college basketball this year is home success that these programs are having. And there was that stat that flashed up on Thursday as Nebraska is preparing to beat Wisconsin of, top 10 teams on the road in normal years versus unranked teams. And the winning percentage, I think, was in the 600 this year, under 50%. Mm-hmm. And, so to lose that game, and I know Creighton wasn't a top 10 team going into it, but to lose a home game on top of all this too, after again, finding a way to get some really massive victories, the triple OT game versus Seton Hall, certainly the first one that comes to my mind. It feels like you did all of that work, all that climbing, scratching, and clawing. And now it's not like you're back to square one, but yeah, mathematically they're still in it, but it really doesn't feel that way anymore.
Yeah. They're 2 games clear in the conference. UConn is, and they are just playing out of their mind.
Yeah.
Right now. And so Yeah, I think any thoughts of finishing first are now done, and now you're looking at, trying to build the best resume you can. Oh, by the way, the Jays go to two of the places in the
Build back
conference
better.
which have been the toughest to win on the road.
Yeah.
Next to Villanova, Xavier, and Providence. So tough go, but yeah, for people who like offensive basketball, the Friday night was a real treat. A real treat.
Offensive basketball.
Mm.
It was offensive basketball. Very offensive basketball.
I like seeing made shots. I like when the shots go in the basket.
They generally do.
You know what I like, Josh? When points are really high.
Mm.
A lot of high scores.
That's why Nick's a big NBA guy now.
Oh, I
He
love
loves
the
these
NBA.
150-point basketball games.
Sure. Enjoy. I hope you enjoy it.
Bing bong.
I hope you enjoy it.
Mm.
All right, coming up. Why are people still driving?
Because we don't live in walkable cities, John. It's an infrastructure.
Well,
problem.
it's
nice. Lefty John strikes again.
There's more to it than that.
Okay.
Also, all this talk about the NCAA blowing up.
Yeah.
Blow it up.
It's been happening for a while now. I'll explain when we continue.
History Professor John.
11620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, nothing to slow you down as far as wrecks go this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. If you're west on L Street, delays around 36th. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. And if you're east on Industrial Road, delays between 156th and 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
If you're having transmission problems, you need a specialist. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
At Churco, Chef Dave blends the distinctive food of Northern Italy with the melting pot of American cuisine to bring a unique fusion of style and flavors to West Omaha. From fresh pastas handcrafted daily to house-dry aged steaks, focaccia bread baked daily. Churco is perfect for date night or any night. Churco features crafted unique cocktails, an extensive Italian and American wine list, and a robust happy hour Tuesday through Sundays. Churco, located at 192nd and Q and CIRCOOmaha.com.
Make an impact on our community. Join Food Bank for the Heartland for their largest fundraiser of the year, the 23rd Annual Celebrity Chef Event on Thursday, February 15th at the CHI Health Center. Learn cooking tips from Bravo's top chef, Gail Simmons, while helping the Food Bank raise 2.2 million meals for Heartland neighbors in need. Tickets must be purchased by February 7th. Visit foodbankheartland.org today to be part of this special event.
Hi, this is Stacey McGilligan, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow through from your mom.
The happy hour's on the air!
Hell yeah, it is! Congrats on the tie, Josh.
Last place tie, bet of the day. They're going
It's not
to do
the
that
bet of the
anymore.
day, John.
Happy
This is
hours on the air.
prediction.
We killed that one.
Yeah, we're a month in now to what's for dinner.
We still got your tie. You got your tie, Josh. You wanted a tie. The monkey paw.
No, you are. You're both tied for last.
Or second.
Or second.
Sometimes you got to
In
reframe,
the words of Ricky Bobby, second place is just the first loser.
How did we do this weekend, John?
None of us did very well.
How did you do? Did you do worse than us?
I mean, we're basically all the
You
same.
suck. Go Nick and I. We're better than you in February.
Woo!
That's the month that people care about.
But
It would be
once
really funny
again,
if
the
both of
greatness
us
of me's.
leapfrog John on the very last week, and then John
I mean,
has to shave.
Is that mathematically possible,
It's
John?
probably not right.
You would all have.
No, he controls how many questions there are. Of course, it's
He
not
does.
mathematically
Nick,
possible.
thank you for reminding
John's
me.
the man.
Thank you for reminding me.
You would all have to pick against me and then be right.
Well, that's not very hard.
Yeah. But more on that later this week.
Moron.
More on that later this week. My wife told me about this yesterday.
What?
First of all, it's good news, but there's a lot going on here.
Whoa.
Okay. Color me intrigued.
There was a 100-year-old woman involved in an automobile accident with a semi.
What a happy hour this is turning
Hold on.
into.
Now listen,
We're about to see
listen,
100-year-old
listen.
bones strewn about the road.
The woman survived with 2 broken ribs, 2 cracked vertebrae, several bumps and bruises, but according to one family member, quote, looks like she's going to make it. She's 100 years old.
At what point does she just say, Lord, take me. I'm good. I don't want to be living with all these broken 100-year-old brittle-ass bones.
Now, you might be one. Well, first of all, she was in a car hit by a truck.
Ouch.
I mean, that's usually going to
That's
end
assault,
up.
brother.
Imagine
Now, you
getting
might
in a
be
car
thinking
accident at
this
100.
woman was a passenger in the vehicle. No, she was driving the vehicle.
Wow. From John's tone there, it sounds like he's going to say, so she deserved to get hit.
No,
Wow.
actually,
John says old should stop driving after 60.
the fault.
Whoa, 60. John, you only have a few
The
years left.
fault. Listen, I can outdrive both of you.
Outdrive? Aren't you the
With
guy who
my
drives
eyes
like
closed.
5 miles below the speed limit and you get mad at cars driving by you on the interstate?
Wait until I get into my car and shift it back and forth on a speedway 7 times.
so fast.
Blow the thing up. The semi driver was cited for careless driving, so it was not her fault.
Okay.
But
But
the first thing I thought of was, why are 100-year-old people still driving?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, this is out now. It's out
Yeah,
in Waverly.
she should be running for elections for various spots of power in our country.
That's true.
Yeah, she should be our president somehow for the next 8 years.
She's still in the younger demographic when it comes to running this country.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, her Mitch McConnell handshake meme. They'll both stare at
But
the
I was
camera.
very,
then.
very.
Make her
I mean,
justice for too long.
I wonder if she'll drive again.
Good question. She might have some PTSD from this car accident at 100.
Was she driving
At 100? I mean, all the things she's been through.
The World War.
She
The second
was a
one.
teenager when World War II was going on.
Wow.
True.
She was probably.
So she probably remembers
she's probably
it pretty
a babe.
well.
She's probably waiting for the men to get home. Maybe she's the lady from that famous photograph in New York City. Remember
the kissing?
Kissy Wissy? Oh, yeah.
Was she driving a LeSabre?
It doesn't say
Or an
what kind of a vehicle.
Oldsmobile?
It doesn't say what kind of a vehicle
Wow.
she was driving.
Amazing Dana says, man, if they told me I wasn't allowed to drive anymore, I'd be thrilled. I would not be. I have to get to work. Oh, I guess, does that mean I work from home every day?
I think if I get to a certain old age,
are you going to give it up?
And they test me, like I have to take a test every 5 years, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Hey, you probably shouldn't drive anymore." I'd be like, "That's fair."
Do they do that?
I'm old.
Do they test olds?
They don't. They should.
I don't believe they do. No.
I think our president should run on that.
I think once you get past a third,
Why? They basically would be qualified for
presidents
that.
don't drive anyway.
There we go. When's the last time Trump or Biden drove a car?
I think Obama tried to drive once, and they just straight up told him no. Like, you
tackled him?
can't do that.
How long has it been since Donald Trump drove a vehicle?
I have no idea. It's a good question.
I'm gonna see if I can.
No,
find
I
that.
think when you get to a certain old age, you should have to retake the test every few years, and then it.
What?
they're like,
how
"You're done."
old are we talking about, Nick?
68.
68. So
I don't have a good grasp for the capabilities of olds past a certain age. 65, is that still spry to drive?
65 is like retirement age, right? I feel like you should get a
Well, not
in the olden
necessarily,
times, Nick.
yeah.
I feel like if you're 65, I feel like you should get a few years of post-retirement driving in, and then I'll be fine with 68. Certainly 70 is a nice round number to say get off the road. The old bag.
What? I'm not saying get off the road.
But you're getting tested, so like nobody's
Yeah,
forcing you to get
there
off.
should
If
be
you can
tests.
still go, you're still
No one
good.
forces you to get off.
I mean, they literally make you get a test to get your first driver's license. Why not, one to retain it after you reach a certain age? I don't
Severe
have a
says
problem
my
with
mom has to get her license updated every year. She is 87. Wow. So
But she's-
Severe's
but
mom
she's
sees your
in-
opinion and spits on it.
But you see,
Nick.
that's
I'm glad
that-
she can
but-
still drive.
But I believe that's it's state law. That's
Yeah.
New Orleans
That's
or
a
Louisiana state
thing?
law.
Hmm.
But I don't
Wow.
believe we have one of those.
Good
here.
job, Louisiana.
All right, so we need that on our state ballot or something.
Well, good luck getting that passed because guess what? Guess who votes more than any other group?
Yeah,
the
the
olds.
Yeah, well,
And
They
the farmers
vote.
who love driving.
yeah, they can figure it out.
Don't run,
They're-
Josh.
you know,
they won't vote for you.
it
No,
out.
farmers, they're great at driving, stuff out on the farm. Hee-haw. But not a real car. Hop in a sedan, Farmer Brown. What's a sedan?
What's a sedan?
Jordan says that's the point of having kids. They get to chauffeur you around when you get
Good
old.
point. Good
I thought
point.
the point of having kids was that they can mow your lawn. But John doesn't even take advantage of that.
He doesn't even make his kids take down the Christmas stuff.
Yeah, what the hell is wrong with
John,
you,
when
man?
I was younger than them, I had to help take down Christmas
It's like
stuff.
a passage. It's a rite of passage.
Let them do it.
Yeah, you always are complaining about the younger generation being lazy. You're allowing said laziness.
This is the participation trophy thing all over again.
Classic John.
We didn't ask for him.
Yeah. Make them do stuff.
I do make them do stuff.
Text them right now and say, get on the damn roof. It's sunny outside. Take those lights down.
No, I don't want them up on the roof.
They're in their 20s. One of them is.
They wouldn't. First of all, they wouldn't know how to
get on the
put them
roof.
away. They wouldn't know. Yeah, it would.
And whose fault is that?
You see me complaining? I'm not complaining.
Okay. Just trying to help you out.
I mean,
We're all trying to
personally,
help
I
you out.
personally wouldn't want to put the damn things up there in the first place, but I don't get a say in
Oh,
this.
This is anti-Christmas coming out again.
Well, yeah.
Man, don't you miss the Christmas season?
Nope. Not at all.
I can't believe it's been over a month already since Christmas.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Too bad it wasn't for even further away.
Wow. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? It's KD sends it our way. It's funny. I was actually listening to the podcast this morning. So the Athletic Football Show, Robert Mays hosts it. Diana Rossini, formerly of ESPN, now with the Athletic, she was on. It was essentially kind of a coaching roundup. Hey, let's talk about this hire, that hire. Why didn't Ben Johnson get a job? And at a certain point, Mike Vrabel came up.
Mm-hmm.
And, they were wondering, it's interesting that Mike Vrabel didn't end up with a job. And Robert Mays, he theorized that, it's, maybe he'll be able to be a bit choosy now next year and everything. Here's what Diana Rossini said. I don't think there was a fit for him. I don't think he sat in front of any owner who thought that his style was going to work for what they were looking for. You ready? I had a GM at the Senior Bowl who mentioned to me Vrabel's physical build, that he's a very large human being, and he can be very intimidating to people in an organization that are going to be part of these decisions, and that is a factor. So Mike Vrabel's too big and muscular and scary for owners and others to want to hire him to be their new head coach.
Oh, my God.
Can you imagine that in the NFL of all places? A sport full of large human beings, and he is intimidating because he is a large former linebacker? Yeah. How stupid is that?
That's incredible.
How stupid is that?
Well, just in case you were wondering, this whole idea of teams breaking off, doing their own thing, the NCAA exploding.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you a paragraph.
Who's this from?
From a story. I want you to guess what year this was.
Okay.
More than ever, the NCAA is deeply divided and headed towards a crisis that could result in its destruction. And no one seems to know how to patch the cracks before they get too wide. Guess that year.
So my guess is, and I haven't seen this or heard about this, but Matt Brown, OG Matt Brown, often will post like, here's what they were saying in the papers back in, whatever. I'm going to guess this was well after all of like the deaths and stuff. I'm going to say the 50s.
Well, you're actually overshooting it, but it was 1977.
Oh, man.
And
so almost 50 years ago.
And as I was reading through this article, while the issues to a degree have changed, there's no talk in here about name, image, likeness. There's certainly no talk about making student athletes employees.
Yeah.
But the idea that the haves want to be able to do their thing and want more of the money. Here's a humorous paragraph, given where we are today and given the amount of money that's being bandied about today. Another troublesome area deals with the NCAA football television contract, which currently calls for some of its $10 million total to be distributed to some Division II and III schools. A few football powers feel that future and probably more lucrative contracts should not be as generous to the smaller colleges, a position they believe will be strengthened by reorganization.
Wow. I mean, literally something we were just talking about a few minutes earlier with the playoff expansion.
Now, that's distributing a part of a $10 million total to Division II and III schools. Those schools haven't shared in the wealth in years.
Yeah.
Now it's just sharing the wealth among other peer schools that we now call Group of Five, Power Five, or however it is we're going to describe it now that we don't have
Power Four.
We don't have a Pac-12 anymore.
It's really the Power Two and then everybody else.
$10 million a year.
A little different back then. Yeah, it is. I mean, the old adage, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I mean, college sports are the epitome of that. You can read,
yes.
And that's the funny part about what Matt Brown, is that how you found this, by the way? Did Matt Brown post this?
No, this was actually posted by a friend of the Grum, Bill Connolly.
Okay. Yeah. So, Matt will post these stories and it'll be, and he'll have some, sarcastic remark attached to it because it'll be from like the 1910s. And it'll be, again, they won't have the exact details the same. Name, image, likeness was not existing. But people have been predicting the demise of the NCAA for decades.
Yeah.
For over a century now. I guess when was the NCAA formed? A century ago.
Yeah, about a century ago.
So they've been predicting its demise for years. And you can go into the 60s, and you can find a lot of stuff like the playoff is going to have to be here soon. And of course, it took,
another
50 years to get the playoff. Yeah. That type of stuff always exists.
I've posted some of this gentleman's graphics before, and he's got some interesting stuff, but this is from TJ Altimore, who tweets out, and he follows a lot of the business of college football. This is the television viewership from 2016 to present. So this is the average per year television viewership for all of the major conference schools.
Okay. So this is the Power 5 schools.
Yes.
And Notre Dame.
There's also a handful of now schools like SMU, for example, who are now considered in the club because they're members of the ACC.
Perfect.
But all the teams on the left are the teams that are in or will be in the Big Ten and the SEC. And all the teams on the right are the schools left behind in either the ACC or the Big 12. And what you notice is how much more per team television viewership is for the teams on the left than it is on the teams on the right. Only Clemson among the teams on the right would crack the top 20 of the teams on the right.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, there are two schools that are on the left that are not in the Big Ten or the SEC.
And those are Notre Dame and Florida State.
And those are in the top 5.
And those are, and the reason why those are singled out is because Florida State's trying to get away.
And Notre Dame's
and Notre Dame, of course, is
I just wanted
Notre
to
Dame.
make sure that
Yes.
was known too.
Yes.
Wow. Which makes sense in a way, right? Because, okay, so the first thing that I notice with the teams, and sorry, as I say it, you put up an
No, that's
additional
fine.
graphic,
That's
but
fine.
the teams on the right, the only one that has won a national championship is Clemson. The only other one that has played for a national championship is TCU. And so you have no real national powers. I believe there are no other even college football playoff participants in schools on the right. Whereas on the left
is
side,
true.
you have obviously
Except Cincinnati.
Thank you. Good call. Cincinnati is over there. And they were a group of
But
5 school for
you'll
a
see
long
their
time.
name in just a minute.
Yeah. So on the left, though, it's all the other national champions not named Clemson. And it is some of the biggest brands in the sport, including, Texas, who has not won a title, but is certainly a massive brand. Oklahoma, who has not won a title in this span, massive brand, et cetera, et cetera. USC, Florida, Penn State.
Just to point out, Nebraska is 25th.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is every year, 2016 to 2023. This is the average. This is the average per game. And Nebraska's averaged the 25th most TV viewers at 2.5 million. Iowa's just a couple spots behind. They're 29th at 2.3. And then Iowa State.
Wow.
57th out of 70 at 1.03 million viewers per average or on average.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what's driving everything. The further you are to the left, the better you are. The further you are to the right, the more you're going to get left behind.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
On this graphic.
But no, you're seriously.
This is why Nebraska and Iowa are still in the halves. This is why Iowa State is clinging for life along with the rest of the Big 12. Because if you look, most of the current or soon-to-be Big 12, they all exist on the right side. And the most watched school among the what we would call the new Big 12 is Colorado. And their average only got bumped up because of what happened this year.
Yeah, take out 2023, and obviously they're going to be a lot lower of a number, and I wonder how much lower they would have been. I mean, the crazy thing is look, I know Miami has been bad. They have not been a great program in this stretch.
They haven't averaged 2 million viewers.
See, and that's the thing that's wild. So here are schools that have averaged more viewers than Miami. And of course, there are, it takes 2 to tango, so some of this is going to be opponent-based. But I'm going to read some names of teams that have garnered larger viewership on average than the Miami Hurricanes. Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
The aforementioned Iowa and Nebraska. Mississippi State. South Carolina. I mean, we are not talking about heavyweights here.
No.
And then obviously everybody else essentially. Bam, Ohio State, Texas, Florida State, Notre Dame,
Right.
Oregon.
The teams that were the most watched in the last, 8 years? 7 years. Alabama's first, followed by Ohio State, followed by Texas, Florida State. You know why Florida State is making such a stink right now?
Because they're still in that mix.
They're number 4 most watched on average since 2016.
They are, John, they are an outlier amongst their brethren in that
Yes,
conference.
they are.
They are they have not won any natties in this time frame, and yet they are doubling up Clemson.
They're more than 2.5 million viewers per game better than Clemson.
Wow.
Notre Dame is 5th. Michigan is 6th. Georgia's 7th. Oklahoma's 8th. LSU is 9th. Auburn is 10th. And you can notice there's a kind of a healthy little drop-off between 8 and 9, Oklahoma and LSU. But if you look at the teams that are in the top 8, Most of them have been in a number of different college football playoffs, which will, of course, help.
It's gonna. Auburn has never played in a playoff game. LSU had that one year. Oklahoma's made multiple playoffs in that time frame. Obviously, so is Georgia. So is Michigan. Notre Dame has, and they're Notre Dame. Florida State is maybe the truest of all of these outliers because they have not played in a playoff at all in this stretch.
Correct.
Alec writes, it would be good to see the same chart adjusted for non-nationally televised games. This kind of just shows who's good plus how big your national footprint is. Alec, all games are nationally televised.
Yeah, there's
now.
no such thing as regional televised games for the most part.
So this takes that into account. The only thing that would change it up would be if you could get true viewership on streaming stuff. But that's only a new phenomenon. So this is nationally televised games.
Yeah. Yeah.
Period.
Everything. Nebraska no longer has to share a window. They're on their own national network channel.
Yeah. Now, if you mean over the air versus cable, then that's a different discussion.
Right.
But nationally televised means that everyone can watch it. It's not a regionally based thing.
Correct.
Which is how college football was like when I was growing up.
The least watched teams. You wonder why SMU is getting pushback for sharing some of that wealth?
They're not going to get to share
They
anything.
are dead last.
Yeah.
Their games average barely more than 500,000 viewers since 2016. Kansas is 69th.
Nice.
Not really. Just over 600 million viewers or 600,000 viewers.
69.
Texas Tech, Arizona State, Arizona, Kansas State, Oregon State, Duke. Now here's one team that actually crosses over from the left side to the right side. The Rutgers averages less than 1 million viewers. So they're the 62nd most watched or the 9th least watched among these 70 schools. And then Cal at number 61. Those are the least watched.
Yeah.
And there's a 6 times differential, greater than 6 times differential between the group on this side and the group on the most watched side. In other words, Alabama draws 10 times more viewers than a Rutgers game, than a Duke game, than a Kansas game. And this, my friends, is what's driving all of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. I mean, it really does help explain everything.
And the other thing, I guess I should put it back up there.
Put it back.
While Nebraska's in good shape, still consider Nebraska's averaging 2.5, Iowa's averaging 2.3.
Go Hawks.
But when you compare it to the big dogs, they're still 3.5, 2.5, 3.5 million per game behind these teams. So if you really got down to it, and if the really big dogs among the big dogs wanted to break off, now that's likely not going to happen right away, but it just shows you the gap.
Yeah, and it shows you, as always, the importance of getting good faster.
Yes. And staying relevant. Staying relevant. The good news is, even through these hard times, and all of these years basically overlap the hardest times Nebraska's had in its post-World War II, its post-Bob Devaney existence. This is the worst stretch in the last 60-plus years that Nebraska can still maintain this level of notoriety and watchability. Despite the
that they've
fact
been that bad
sucked.
and they're still that high is pretty fascinating to me.
I mean, during that time span, that's only one bowl season in the average of those years.
It was the first. It
And
was
that's
the
one
literal
bowl season.
first of all of them.
It's one bowl season.
Yeah.
Well, coming up, we still have some content to get to.
Okay.
Also, there's some other items as we watch old Raj do his pre-picked, hand-picked press conference.
Oh, he's loving the questions. He's probably saying, that's a great question.
Yeah.
That I didn't pre-read earlier.
Well, and it's not really a true press conference.
No, because he has a little moderator up there.
Well, yeah, it looks like, oh my God, what's her name from CBS? Sideline reporter.
Tracy Wolfson?
Tracy Wolfson.
Is that who that was?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She's moderating. So he's not even standing at a podium. So it's very relaxed. He's not wearing a tie. He's got open collar.
Yeah, I don't like the
sitting there.
pseudo-casual vibe about
It is.
this.
Out on casual.
Pseudo-casual.
Nick says, put on suits.
It's just, it's trying so hard to be casual that it's not, and it just looks stiff and weird.
You know what it is? It's
Stiff
very
and weird.
it's
Not
very-
the first time Nick's heard that. Am I right?
It's very town hallish.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man,
And
we
usually,
love town halls, don't we?
those town halls are
Speaking of
with
reaching across the aisle,
hand-picked questions.
I love town halls, John.
Do you?
No. Don't even know the last time I watched one.
They should try doing non-hand-picked questions.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, but then Roger will get a question he doesn't like.
Probably.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. Some NFL notes and some content. And what's for dinner still to come on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for our friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. We were just talking about the Super Bowl, which will be here in 6 days. John, pretty much 6 days from right now, that bad boy will kick off. And of course, at FanDuel, they have so many prop bets for you. Of course, they're going to have the traditional stuff with the total, the side, game props, player props, who's going to win MVP. But they have a whole lot more, including player matchups. Often in predictions, we'll do a quarterback versus the other. They have that for you. Patrick Mahomes minus 16.5 passing yards versus Brock Purdy. You could bet on who is going to have more total touchdown passes, receiving yards matchups, including how about Ayuk versus Samuel? So you can look at players on the same team and have them battle it out for you. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620. You can get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. John, again, it's FanDuel.com/1620.
So get in on the action right now, and you can also enjoy all of the other sports that you can bet on because there's props in those sports as well. NBA, college basketball, NHL, golf starting up, NASCAR, what doesn't matter. Soccer, we just had a big soccer match we were watching that had some major stakes on the line. You can have stakes on the line as well. And don't forget, new customers who join today get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Visit FanDuel.com/1620. Sign up today. 21 plus in present in Iowa, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh. Would you like to talk about it? In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Clear to partly cloudy tonight, low temperature into the upper 20s. Could be some fog forming late night and also lasting into the morning on Tuesday. And then partly to mostly cloudy, breezy and mild on Tuesday, highs reaching the mid-50s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. No wrecks to slow you down as you make your way home this evening. We are getting reports of a little bit of a delay on westbound I-80 between 680 and Q Street. Same goes if you're west on Dodge between 108th and 132nd. Delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and the JFK. And if you're east on 370 between 84th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Zoom Drain's highly trained team of experts and our fleet of well-equipped service trucks are dedicated to providing solutions for homeowners, plumbing contractors, mechanical contractors, and business owners across many industries. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
If you're looking for the perfect plan for Valentine's Day, Agave Azteca has the Valentine's special just for you. Enjoy an unforgettable moment with your love in a charming atmosphere with live music, 2 dishes of your choice, 2 drinks, and a dessert, all for only $49.95. But that's not all. They have a daily lunch menu from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for just $7 Monday through Friday, and the dinner menu from 6 to 9 p.m. for just $10 Monday through Thursday. 5170 South 72nd Street in Ralston. Agave Azteca, the shortcut to Mexico.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
We love for everybody to be in the program. We love for everybody to finish the program.
On 1620 The Zone.
It's going to be, I dare say, a few more of you this year than last year, and a growing number all the time who will be watching their first ever Super Bowl on a streaming platform like YouTube TV, for example.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like on the Paramount app or something.
Well, that could be too, but YouTube TV apparently is going to have a permanent reduction in the broadcast delay. You know, one of the problems with watching a lot of streaming sports is that the delay is more pronounced. So if you want to tweet along with your friends or text or whatever, you might be several seconds behind.
Hell, I'd say the issue is now more cable than anything. This is so far behind. Again, I'm not allowed to listen to your broadcast unless I want to hear you 10 seconds ahead of the action. And that's over the stream. It's ridiculous.
Well, YouTube...
Yes. Cox, come on.
YouTube introduced a feature to
cable
reduce the broadcast lag.
Yeah.
But now, apparently, they're going to make it a permanent reduction.
Behind the lag?
Yes.
Behind the lag.
Behind the lag. Now, in exchange for the shorter delay, you may get more buffering.
Yeah.
Because that's the reason, a lot of the reason why the lag exists. It allows for the video to stay at a certain, bit rate and quality, because it can adjust when there are variances in, internet speed.
Now, do we know how much of a lag are we discussing gaining? Or gaining, rather. How much time are we going to gain by doing this?
Well, that I don't know.
Well, it kind of depends on your internet, how many people are on it.
Exactly.
There's kind of a lot
It's
of
still
factors.
going to depend on that, but at least the built-in lag that is there by YouTube can now be switched off permanently.
As Michael Severe says, and Nick, get your writing hand ready to take some notes. He says, I never care about the delay. If I did, I would just switch to over the air with the antenna while watching the Super Bowl. Get an antenna, Nick.
Get an antenna.
Yeah.
There's no lag,
Yeah.
or virtually no lag.
Yeah, the only lag you have to deal with there is just the natural delay of, curse words or random breasts that show up on television.
It doesn't bother me. Watching sporting events with a slight
I
lag
open my
doesn't
phone during
bother me.
commercial breaks. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody is watching games that are so far, behind now these days. Unless you're following someone who is at the game tweeting about it, then
yeah,
Which I'm not, and I never do.
There you go.
There was one time I hoped I was watching a lag because it was the Dolphins-Titans game.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a tweet. Somebody said something about the Dolphins. And I'm like, oh, does that mean we won? Did something crazy happen? Like, nope.
Oh. Speaking of football, John, how about this from Raj, who's speaking right now? You're going to hate this.
Oh, good.
You are going to hate this news. I'm
ahead.
surprised that it's even legal.
This is sport. Whoa.
What?
John will know why. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell announces, I guess it could have been Nick, but we're past it. Announces the Eagles will be the host team in the inaugural Brazil game this season, and it will be on Friday night of kickoff weekend. A Friday night NFL game in September.
Friday night's a great night for football.
How is that legal? Because they have the whole rule with the, remember that they're not allowed to play Friday games because of high school football.
Nothing matters anymore, Josh.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they're saying.
What are you going to
Or
say?
maybe,
No to the
maybe
NFL?
maybe there's an exception for games played internationally.
Oh, right. They're not watching much high school football in Brazil.
To quote the character from Phantom Menace, is that legal? And Roger Goodell says, I will make it legal.
Maybe that might be the thing, because yes, there is. That's why the NFL doesn't run Saturday games until December.
Also, to quote Phantom Menace, this is getting ridiculous. Now there are two of them.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. That said, hell yeah, Friday Night NFL, let's go.
Friday
It's so funny.
night's a
Every
great
time they
night
announce
for
something like this, I'm
football.
like, that is the dumbest crap. But you know what I'll be doing? Sitting in front of my TV saying, feed me the dumb crap, daddy, and watching the NFL. That's what I do.
And it's the Eagles game.
Oh, man. I'll be rooting against
And Brazil
them.
is Central Time Zone?
They are they're Atlantic time. They're 2 hours ahead of us. During the summer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
During the Summer
I'm
Olympics.
looking at the globe, and I guess it would be further east.
All right, here, I'll look at the time right now. Yeah, right now, because we're in standard time, they're 3 hours ahead of us.
Oh.
But when we spring forward, they will be 2 hours ahead of
Brazil
us. Quarter, Nick, you were confident.
Is Brazil the Arizona of South America?
Is Brazil?
Why would it be Arizona?
Yeah.
Arizona's the one with the goofy time zones, right? Where sometimes they're 3 hours
No, I
behind
think
us.
we're the goofiness. We're causing the goof.
Yes, we cause
we're
the goof. I don't. Many other
They-
countries do not do daylight savings.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, and that's what it is. Alex Kirshner. They can only do this because it is in Brazil and thus outside the geographic restriction that stops them from competing against high school games. This is a preview of whenever teams or whatever they have international teams. It'll be their little antitrust workaround to drown out college football and high school. So there you go.
So could this mean that future German games, English games, French games,
in theory, could play on Fridays or Saturdays, I guess. See, now, I know that the NFL is like, we stomp on everything. But I don't feel like it'd be a smart move. I mean, they would still get massive audiences. But to go on against college football, I think would just be odd. College football... They are like college football and them work together in a very good way.
Right.
They did it with Thursday, but those were crappy Thursday college football games. And Black Friday, it's a Black Friday. I can't imagine them being like, let's play on a Saturday in October. It just wouldn't seem to be the smartest move.
I'm going to put on my Jimmy Allen hat for a second.
Hell yes. Jimmy's filling in on Thursday, by the way. So this is a preview of Thursday.
So do you think this whole time when they've been doing the international games, it wasn't to actually expand the audience around the world? They were just trying to see if it would be viable because the whole time they wanted to play games on Friday night.
No.
And they just did this elaborate thing.
And here's, I'm going to go ahead and stick a giant pin in my own idea. The reason why it works for Brazil is because they're in a time zone that is more conducive to U.S. viewing. The you're not going to play a Friday night game in England, America,
right?
United States time.
Well, they could do it in Mexico City.
They could do it. Yes, they could do it in Mexico City.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Tracy Wolfson just asked. She says, "I get the question often lately. Could we see a streaming Super Bowl in the future?" Goodell says, certainly not in my time.
Only if it's on Peacock.
So he says no. That doesn't surprise me. I know a lot of people are like, this is going to happen soon. That would be a dumb play for the NFL in this current iteration.
Yeah.
Now, in 50 years, who knows?
They're going to wait until it loops back to actual cable before they
probably.
Do that.
There you go. So yeah, that's the some of the stuff that's going on.
By the way, and later this week, as part of our Super Bowl preview, Josh and I, we've already announced who we're putting our backing behind, not emotional
Chiefs
backing.
Fans have bullied John into picking Kansas City to win the season.
No,
it really
watching
is.
the damn Chiefs play and
John.
watching the 49ers play have taught me a lesson. I'm not picking against the Chiefs. So I'm picking the Chiefs. Josh is picking the against all odds 49ers.
Oh, yeah,
Did you see this? Did you hear about
I
this?
saw a tweet, but I don't know the Genesis, which is a book of the Bible, Nick. I don't know the Genesis of the story.
Well, the
and
49ers put out
Oh.
a video this weekend, just a hype video for the Super Bowl.
Hell yeah, hype.
And in
Who needs
the
a hype video for the Super Bowl?
in the tweet, it says, "Against all odds," dice emoji.
Against all odds.
The Frisco Niners were favored in every game this season.
What? Is that true?
The Frisco Niners were favored in every game this season.
Is that true?
Yes. They
Wow.
were never an underdog this season. Ever.
But they have that quarterback who was picked last.
There were sometimes there were overdogs.
Yes, sometimes they were overdogs.
So
John.
I guess they're here against all odds.
Man, I mean, we all thought Dallas was going to be here in this moment.
Yeah, we all thought Dallas was going to be
Man,
here in this moment.
That would have been so much more fun.
Glory hole.
I would have been so much happier.
I'm glad the 49ers, yes, it is against all odds. But, imagine if you'd have played the Rams.
Imagine. The Rams would have lost.
No, we would have won. We kicked the crap out of the Niners.
The Rams
in the
with the best quarterback in the NFL playoffs, Matt Stafford.
Look at those numbers,
Throwing
baby.
ladies off
Look
of
at those
stages.
numbers. Hey, she deserved it.
By the way, that's right. Did you see her racist tweets, Nick?
That's true.
Yeah.
She's like that country artist that Ryan Day likes. The Eagles' home opponents, by the way. So thus, these 9 teams have a chance to be in the Brazil game. Obviously, all of the NFC East teams. And then the Browns, the Falcons, the Jags, the Steelers, the Packers, and the Panthers. Kind of.
Can you
Do
imagine?
you think it'll be Cowboys, Eagles, and Brazil?
Well, I would be livid. A Friday night game to open the season, I'd be pissed.
That would be the giantest thumb in the biggest eye because no state loves their high school football more than
Dallas,
Texas.
Yeah.
The state of Dallas.
I think that if I were to guess, they do not want to take away a division game. I feel like that is a pretty crappy thing to do.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think they would do that.
So you don't do that. So then you say, okay, so they do NFC or AFC.
Probably AFC.
My
just to get
prediction?
the representation.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh.
Big brand, AFC team, so thus playoff seeding won't be affected by a win or a loss on a neutral field.
Nothing like playing for the honor and pride of the Keystone State by heading down to Brazil for the game.
The Steagles Trophy. Do they have a trophy?
Oh, they should have a trophy.
Well, I
They
think
were
they-
played
I think-
together back in the 40s, Nick.
People
The
forget.
Steagles.
I want a hat.
There's probably like some governor's cup for the state of Pennsylvania.
Jordan writes the Jaguars have to play in this game. They'll be in their natural habitat.
That's true.
Sad Husker fan says, hell yes, I want the Cowboys on Friday night. Screw you, Sad Husker
Our
fan.
Jaguars don't live in
South America?
I thought that the joke was that they play in road games overseas.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's the joke I thought
That
Jordan
too.
was making.
I think the Jags are just the NFL's overseas team.
Behind the Jags.
I could see it being the Jags, actually, now that I think about
I
it.
think either of those teams would be fair picks. Steelers, bigger brand.
No,
Jaguars better.
do live in tropical lowlands, preferably close to water, such as
They-
rivers and inland wetlands.
I don't think they live in Florida.
Learn something new every day. Larry writes, Thursday night college games didn't used to be crappy. There were many great games in the 90s and 2000s. Never again. Thanks, NFL, for killing it with crappier pro games. Yeah, college football was a lot better. That's true. But still, infringing on Thursday night football, I think, is a whole lot different than infringing on a Saturday in the fall. But that's just my opinion. So there you go. Friday night's a great night for football. That will be the day before Nebraska plays Colorado.
Is that's this season, right?
Yep, that's
Yeah,
September.
this season,
Get the
apparently.
eggs.
Oh,
It's going to be Eagles Jags.
Eagles, Jags. Okay.
Okay.
John, do you want to put anything on the list?
No, I'm good.
Hey, John is listless.
Mm.
All
I
right.
am listless.
This, Nick, is the first list item of February.
Nice.
Yep. It'll be Eagles, Jags.
Yep.
Okay.
In Brazil.
In Brazil.
Well, coming up, we've got some content.
What do we got in content today,
Well,
John?
we haven't talked about the biggest sporting event that happened over the weekend, so we'll do that.
The Great American Race isn't for a couple weeks, so you can't even make your crappy joke.
Also,
Didn't like that one.
we also haven't talked about the big pop culture thing that apparently happened this past
Well,
weekend.
You let me talk about it on Friday when Sir Lewis went to the...
No, I said pop culture, not sports, pop culture.
F1's pop culture now.
No, it's not. F1 is sports, Nick.
Oh, you admit it.
Of course it is. You just got to turn left a
Wow,
couple
the
of
guy that's of music.
I know. The Grammys, Nick.
Grammys don't
Yeah, I don't
count.
watch the Grammys. I'm stunned.
Wow.
Maybe I'll
You're
save this
out
to-
on the Grammys.
I've never been in on the Grammys.
I'll save this take maybe
Wow.
for the next segment.
You
but-
know who isn't in on the Grammys? Does this mean, man, you are America first?
Ah, what did he do now?
Well, he's dissing Taylor.
Nick, Taylor Swift, the Swifties are gonna come
America
for you.
first, Taylor last.
Because the Swifties
Nick
listen
Grimm.
to AM Sports Radio now. They have to know what's up with Travis Kelce.
Good point.
true.
Yeah.
1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
42 Degrees is showing you the love with sweet deals on Kratom and Delta products. Buy one, get one half off. 25% off CBD melatonin products. 30% off premium pre-rolls from Top Shelf, Budsburn, and Tyson. Cube disposables, 4 for $20. And 42 Degrees gummies are way better than a box of chocolates. They're 20% off now through Valentine's Day at 42 Degrees. Your destination for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. By your mom's house.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
What goes great with football? Rib Shack Down Home Barbecue and Soul Food. Let Miss Jackie cater your next event with slow-cooked St. Louis ribs, wings, beef brisket, and pulled pork. Visit the Rib Shack in Roxbury Plaza at 108th and Q or at ribshacksmokehouse.com.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Raj's town hall is still going on. I'm sure they're probably asking about the muffins and.
Man, do you know the Muffin Man?
By the way, how about this for that Friday night game?
Yeah.
So the weekend will look like this. Thursday night kickoff on my birthday, September 5th. Hell yeah. The Eagles game. Saturday, we mentioned Nebraska, Colorado. Texas is also playing at the Big House against Michigan. And then Sunday, first NFL Sunday of the year, and then Monday Night Football. That, my friends, is a cornucopia of football.
Does the first NFL Sunday of the year matter less because there's an NFL Friday of the year now?
No, definitely. There's already an NFL Thursday.
True.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love the first NFL Sunday.
Remember
Nick,
when the
great.
Lions beat the Chiefs?
I do, yeah. Stop disrespecting them, Nick.
Mike Florio is mad because he wasn't invited. Pete King is pissed because it's happening today and not Friday when all the Super Bowl reporters are in town. What do we think of Roger Goodell holding his State of the League press conference today instead of later in the week and the reporters be invite only?
I think it's pretty lame, and King's got a good point.
Yeah, if
because
everyone's traveling today.
Yes, there is a lot of media there, but not all of the NFL-based media is there yet. Plus, it's happening early in the week. I believe the Chiefs and the 49ers each have media sessions coming up after this one. So anything Roger Goodell says will likely get overshadowed by anything said there. It does make more sense when it can sit on a more standalone day and you can focus more on it. Also, again, it's not a real press conference. It's invite only. That's not a press conference.
No, yeah. I mean, it's obvious why they did it, and it's pretty crappy. You know, as someone who obviously doesn't cover the league like them, it's not bothering me on the day-to-day basis.
Sure.
But, I mean, it's pretty weak for someone who is, you know, you often will talk about refs, John, and how, like, they never have to answer for their stuff. Like, he is in charge of the most popular entity that we have in American life. And so for him to not be able to do this once a year in a normal traditional press conference setting that he asks his coaches and players to do all the time.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
It is.
CeeDee Lamb's mother recently tweeted, Dak isn't it. Dak recently tweeted a picture of the Super Bowl 58 poster, but turned the comments off, much to the angst of the Cowboy fan base. Just another day in the life of the Cowboys' non-playoff winning quarterback, eh?
Have you been following this stuff at all? Like how more like players' families are going after Dak?
Yes. What's going on here?
Well, I think they think he's bad, probably.
But are they
he's always
speaking on
sweaty.
behalf of their loved ones who are teammates of Mr. Dak?
That would be my guess. If your wife started tweeting like Josh Peterson's an idiot, I'm like, wow, I wonder where that's coming from. I mean, she might have that opinion regardless, but I'd still be worried that it was coming from you.
Well, you know it's coming from me.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So
it tells you to your face.
Yeah, this sucks. I mean, I'm not going to have any hope for next season. That's what I'm doing. I think I'm just going to get into knitting.
Yeah, knit one, curl two.
And then why would because Dak did retweet the poster of the Super Bowl this week. And of course, he turns the comments off. Why? Because I'm sure a lot of Cowboy fans
that was Twitter.
Or other people would have jumped in saying, yeah, you aren't there. What are you worried about? You got to enjoy your day off. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah. So is that a Twitter thing that he did?
Yeah, I don't know.
Was there any branding a part of
I
it?
don't think so.
Because I was going to say, did he have to do it for a brand?
I don't think
he
so.
He tagged the NFL in the little, I don't know.
I guess I would get it if some of the bigger players were asked to do it. But then my question would be
else do that?
Folks, the Super Bowl's not going to get one more viewer just because Dak Prescott tweeted about it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, man, I forgot about it. But thank God the quarterback of my favorite team
It's
tweeted
like
about
asking somebody if they've ever heard of the Super Bowl.
I mean, that's assuming that Cowboy fans are stupid and don't understand what a Super Bowl is.
You jerk. That's the only reason you wanted us to read this question, so you can make fun of my team. Well, the Rams lost on that Sunday too, John, and I'll never forget it.
They did.
So did the Dolphins.
They did.
And that was a Saturday.
But you know what I watched over the weekend? Because the NFL Network was rerunning all the Super Bowls in order, the half hour.
You watched the loss to the Steelers? Nice, John. That was funny. Or the one to the Patriots, or the other one of the Patriots?
No, but I watched the one from 2 years ago. It was hilarious. It was great.
Hilarious?
It was so cool.
Because it was a dumb moment in time. That's foggy for me because of COVID. That's basically a COVID championship.
No, it wasn't. That was the first non-COVID championship because the stadium was full. People were happy.
Yeah, there was marijuana smoke drifting in the stadium that day.
It was a really cool halftime show.
Don't think it should count. I think we should cancel it.
The NFC and AFC played in something of a football game yesterday. How many plays did you guys see?
0.
Me too. I didn't see anything on Twitter.
I somehow saw one.
The only
reason
that I remembered it was on was because I was looking for something to watch after the Wisconsin-Purdue game. That was yesterday, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't find anything. I was like, I'll turn on the NBA. And it was the Pro Bowl games. And that was how I remember. But I never clicked on the channel on 9 or on 31. And I moved on with my life. It was a happy day for all involved.
Joel Embiid will undergo a procedure this week, but the door isn't closed on a potential return this season. Sounds like the door's closed. Am I right?
I definitely think the door is closed, as are their championship hopes for this season. So the East just got, look, I was going to pick them to go super far anyway because they always fail in the playoffs, and partly because Embiid is always hurt. But the road got a little bit easier for teams like the Celtics, Bucks, and even the Miami Heat.
No, I don't know. I don't have the exact details on exactly what kind of procedure Joel is undergoing.
To address the left meniscus.
It says, now I'm just looking at like a quick Google search. Most meniscus repairs require 2 to 4 weeks on crutches, knee brace for the first 6 weeks. Therapy starts right away to help the knee regain strength and motion. Most patients are out of the brace by 6 to 8 weeks.
So that means you're talking about mid-March to early April.
And that's just for normal people who aren't putting basketball wear and tear.
Correct.
And this is, quote, most meniscus repair. What degree is the meniscus repair? Yeah, I don't think Joel Embiid is going to be playing anymore.
Bless you.
Thank you, Nick.
This year.
We haven't forgotten. It is still baseball month. The month that brings a return to the national pastime.
America's pastime.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Adidas has come out with a red version of Nebraska's popular throwback jerseys for this season. What do you think?
Awesome.
So the white jersey is one that you've probably seen many times. It's the script Nebraska that
The script?
Darren Erstad used to wear back in the 90s. And they brought this out. But now they've done a red version with white lettering.
Because usually they had the gray, right? They had a gray one for the road.
Yeah.
Red, Nebraska's version.
There you go.
I love
Nice.
it. I think it looks very, very nice.
So you're okay with this cursive?
This is no, I'm yeah.
Also a
this
good
is,
band.
This is a very baseball look.
It is. I think
it's a classic baseball look. I love it. Now
I think it's sharp.
I have heard through the grapevine that the caps might be changing. Like they might be going to the block N.
Don't like that.
Instead of the N that the baseball team has traditionally worn, which
That
is
would be
more
bad.
of a thin N.
I like the thin end, not the block end. The block end looks crappy, especially on hats. It takes up too much space.
Isn't that what Trev wanted to do? Just kind of.
He does. He wants to uniform it, but I don't like the block N.
Good take, John. Good take.
The block N is basically Michigan's logo, but it's an N and not an M, and it's red instead of blue.
Remember when Frank Solich was the coach and it was always that thin N all over his gear?
I mean, literally,
Bring
the
that
N on the helmets, the
Do that
football
now.
helmet, should be the universal logo N for the school.
Couldn't agree
It's the
more.
most identifiable N that Nebraska has.
Couldn't agree
Yes,
more.
it's plain, but that's what makes it unique.
Translate this Pete King sentence from his Monday column. On the Grammys last night, King wrote, Robert Kraft in the house. Man, he likes to be where the action is.
So Peter wrote?
Yes.
Was that in his the last
in
of
the
I always-
10 bits that
I have
ended up being
started
like 27 bits?
I have started skipping all of the non-football. So I get to that last one and I skip everything.
Well, this one was crossing over from the football to the
He
non-football.
likes to be where is this in reference to
I mean, he
Rugged Tug Tug?
It depends on what house he's in, what kind of action he's looking for.
Interesting. I'm happy that none of us watched the Grammys. I'm proud of us. Go us.
We did it.
Nice. I'm stunned again that as many people as I follow that I know don't listen to modern music watch the Grammys.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Because, like, I watch the Oscars, but that's because I see some of the movies. But maybe it's just because I don't really like music a whole lot these days. I don't know.
I can't remember any time where I sat down and watched any part of any Grammys ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Even when I was young and of music, as Nick would say.
Yeah, you weren't like, I hope AC/DC wins Best Album. See, and that's the other thing. It's very
Well,
confusing.
they never honored
It's
them
like
because they
best
were
song-
biased against Australians.
What are the awards, Nick, at the Grammys? It's like,
Song of the Year, Album of the Year.
see, yeah, but they have Album of the Year and Song of the Year and then like another thing. And it's like, but that means basically the same thing.
Yeah,
At
it's
least
all
it
stupid.
seems like it does.
It's like the participation trophy of award
Mm.
shows because they give them out for everything.
I've never really liked the Grammys just because,
Okay.
it is music,
Yeah.
but it's all like music you'd heard so many times, and then it's never
Exactly. That crap that Taylor Swift
It
makes.
felt very boxed in, right? It felt like they never really explored
Oh,
other genres.
Look at this soapbox. So you have Song of the Year, you have Album of the Year, and you have Record of the Year. That all sounds very same to me.
It's all, I mean,
Well,
album
songs
I
and
get
albums are
because
different.
albums
But what's
are
a record, Nick?
But do people even make albums anymore? They just
Yes.
release songs.
If you look at my thread, John, New Music Friday.
Oh.
There's many
Wow.
albums.
This is when Nick found out that John mutes him.
Yep.
I'm new in music.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we'll find out what's for dinner.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Like eating out? Like saving money? Then get to Cops at 180th and Center, Shadow Lake Town Center, or 72nd and Jones for their daily specials. Tuesday is $3 off all burgers and sandwiches. Wednesday, buy any specialty pizza and get a one-topping 50% off. Then Thursday, all wings are $1 each when you order 10. And this just in, all Cops locations now offer their own delivery service. Click copspizza.com to see the menu. Cops, pizza, and so much more.
Down the 7 bridge.
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, the final tour, live in Omaha. With special guest Stevie Dan. The Eagles. This Saturday at CHI Health Center. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, the final tour.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
New Year's resolutions start and end at Level Countertops, Cabinets, and Flooring in Elkhorn. Is your resolution this year to get organized, and take your kitchen to the next level? They create a unique space that's not only beautiful, but functional and organized. They come to you, listen to your needs, and create your functional design. For all your cabinet and organizational needs, visit their beautiful showroom at Level Countertop, Cabinets, and Flooring, 192nd in West Maple, or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
The villagers are ready to come with the pitchforks and the torches. It's coming real quick.
The 1620, the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, last night the wife made enchiladas. And made a lot of them.
Let's go. A little leftover enchiladas.
So, yes. Now, there were like 4 different kinds.
Whoa.
So you had chicken and beef, but you also had flour tortillas and corn tortillas.
Oh, nice.
So last night I had one of each of the flour. So tonight I'll switch it up and do the corn.
That sounds delicious.
That sounds very good.
Yes, it does. Got to make sure I reheat them in the air fryer so that cheesy outside gets nice and crispy.
Just eat them cold.
You know what
No. Okay, first of all, before you start, Josh, I looked earlier. Nick brought in pasta. Did not reheat
sitting
it.
out for like hours.
It wasn't even in the damn fridge.
Yeah, I know.
It was sitting on the freaking table.
That's so gross.
And you ate it.
We're going to need a fill-in producer and a fill-in host tomorrow because Nick's going to be vomiting up his innards tonight.
I feel fine.
Yeah, I felt fine too after I ate the salmon. 48 hours later, though, Nick, I was on the toilet. It was going every which way.
I've eaten cold pasta before.
By the way, when I reheat my enchiladas, I'll like kind of cut them a bunch, then I'll spread them out around my plate because if you put it at the edge, it heats better than if it's all in the middle. So it doesn't look like a normal enchilada anymore, but it heats up fairly evenly. Though I've never tried an air fryer. I'm going to do that. We're either having spaghetti tonight or pizza.
Oh.
She is going to make one or the other. I just don't know which one she is making. I think
because
she's
you predicted pizza, it's going to be spaghetti.
I actually think it's going to be spaghetti. I think that's what she's making because then we don't have to go to the store to get anything.
And by the way, old Raj's press conference just ended.
Phone.
And the first thing he did was made sure he got lots of pictures standing next to Tracy Wolfson with his arm around her. Look at me. Yeah, that's very press conference-y.
Mm-hmm. Nick?
Taco
Bryce?
Bell.
What the You are so disappointing, Nick.
I love Taco Bell.
Why don't you go to like Amigos?
Why don't you support local?
Does Amigos have Baja Blast?
Oh my gosh. You're such a child.
Yeah.
Baja Blast is garbage.
You take that back.
It's horrible. It tastes
not.
like someone urinated in the Mountain Dew.
So you're literally going to a restaurant based on what they have in the fountain, not about the food.
Not just. I also do like the food. I like Taco Bell.
Well, again, go to Amigos.
Mountain Dew's not healthy for you, Nick.
I know. That's why I don't drink it often.
You go to Taco Bell like every week.
I don't always get Taco Bell.
You have said it since we started What's for Dinner. I think you said Taco Bell every week.
Yes. No. I think it's been a once a week thing.
It has.
All right. Well, once a week, that's usually my one soda of the week.
Well, you know what? The this, because Taco Bell usually makes you do the same thing as, non-reheated pasta. Maybe he's hoping that the two cancel each other out.
Oh, nice.
Either that or you're about to have a nuclear level blowout
Again,
tonight.
Taco Bell has never caused me any gastrointestinal issues.
By the way, our throwaway question about the Grammys have brought about a lot of responses, including our friend Ian of the theme song.
Oh, God.
And he says, I make albums, LOL. It's my job. Please tell John that, yes, people still make albums.
I'm sorry. I was just asking a
That's
question.
his career, John.
Yeah, how dare you?
Do people still talk on AM radio?
Well, yeah, we just
Yeah,
did it for
that's
4
us.
hours.
And we'll do it again tomorrow. Well, you won't.
I'll be in the air.
Bye.
Bye.